Alright, guys. BLM here, back. Another live stream. Mr. Beast is finally here. We finally saw him. I mean, genuinely, I have very complex thoughts on this episode. Because genuinely, as a episode of television, I actually thought it was a good episode. But it, I don't know if it was a Survivor episode for a good chunk of it, but it was a good episode. But yeah, like I think it's like a spot where like it could have been awful. Like in it, like the twist is horrible, and like the twist played out in the best possible way. Where like if the twist played out poorly, it would have been awful. Like it would have been genuinely horrible. But because it worked out, it's fine. Um, yeah, spoiled section's funny. We'll talk about it. Obviously later. Aubrey was mother for a bit. I guess. She is psycho. So yeah, the co-wrong discourse is very funny. That we're getting the Michelle Aubrey debate again. Yeah, again, the twist is bad. Generally, the twist is horrible. Luckily, it didn't work. Like, the bad outcome didn't happen. To where essentially just allowed what was going to happen anyway, just with the added flair of the twist. But if it did, like, if Rick did get eliminated from it, this would have been awful. And, like, to be fair, it seemed like Rick was going home anyway, or at least there was a good chance he was going home anyway. But yeah, I mean, obviously, again, like it's still shit to like see someone be taken out without a vote, and also it's just bad TV, for that to be the case as well. Against twist bad outcome. They want someone to go home by coin flip so bad. I don't know if they do. I'm generally, yeah, I generally don't know. I don't know what they want. I think they want the danger of it, but I don't think they actually want it to happen. I think Rick would have gone home. I think. Based on the way that they were like scrambling after everything, it feels like it. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, I did I did watch Will Neff starting AU vs. the World, which was funny how he was shitting all over the internationals. Had to be a bit rigged. You would think so, right? And genuinely, I was thinking like, okay, did they rig the coin? Like, is the coin like going to be like it's more likely to land on? Because like I don't think they'll outwardly rig it in terms of like they'll like they would like reshoot it to the point where they get it right. Like it's not going to be rigged in that way, but I think like there's a shot they could have like potentially like rigged the coin in a way that would flip a certain way, but also I don't know. I generally don't know. Falling down 3 idols is crazy. I mean, it's happened before. Need to save this clip. What's this clip? Overshadowed that Ozzy sucks as Survivor. I think, I mean, like, this is Ozzy's potentially bad. Oh, I have this clip already. Well, I don't have it downloaded, but, like, I know of this clip. I don't know. I could use it. I don't know. Mike Bloom does obviously come up in the remote video, so I don't know. I could. Yeah, I'm creating a history of spoiler video at some point. I'm doing a history of Survivor 50 spoilers for sure. A history of spoilers in general will be like down the road. But like 50 spoilers will be like I don't know, like by I'll probably I don't know when I'm gonna work on it. Because like the big projects right now are like 50 review, 49 review, player ranking of every Survivor player. I think after that would be the spoiler. Yeah, don't say a date. Stephanie doesn't win Survivor 50. It doesn't seem like it. Is there spoiled winner yet? Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Fully confident that Ozzy was better at Survivor until he went to Jonathan and spilled Alliance's entire plan. Yeah, that was definitely something I thought was questionable. I mean, like, I think the thing is, like, everyone was playing, like, very loose-lipped this round. To where, like, I don't know if it's just, like, the culture out there. Like, that's just, like, the way they've, like, played this season. It's just that everyone tells everyone everything. Because it's, like, what, like Stephanie was telling people everything. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, Emily. Yeah, Emily's survivor essentially. Yeah. It would have been so bad if it didn't hit. Talking about the twist, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah, Emily flipping game changer clearly. Yeah, I don't know what Aubrey's doing. The worst for it's tough. It's tough to say about the spoil. Like, there is a spoiled winner that has been backed up a lot now. But despite that, there's still some debate. Step at Tribal was actually insane. Was she insane? I don't know. I think she wasn't good, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's been more insane. Feels like Rizzo and Ozzy will use Rick as a shield. It seems like that's just what you should do, right? Backed up by the edit. I think that I'm not gonna say because I think that's spoilery, especially once we get to the Edgic discussion. I mean, if we're talking about the winner was spoiled when filming ended, then it's fucking Stephanie. Which again, we can talk about this now because Stephanie's out. The first spoiled winner was Stephanie. Like that was the initial winner we heard, and that was the winner that was being spread out around initially. Which like we found out was fake, obviously, but like still, like we know that's not real now. Thank God, even though that was kind of confirmed a bit ago at this point. Was D a spoiled winner? I don't know. I don't feel like D was ever a spoiled winner. D was spoiled to make like final 6 at a point. Or like people were like, it was talked about that she might be in like the final like 6 or 7 or something. Fuck me, dude. But yeah. Stephanie comes back for Edge of Extinction, obviously. I mean, Rick has an idol at this point, which is pretty insane. I will say there was something in the preview that makes me a bit like, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, like Rick should be in a like okay-ish spot, like with an actual idol. But then again, like I guess with him with an actual idol though is more dangerous than if he just didn't have one, right? I mean, either way, you have to flush it, I would assume. Do I think Jonathan's actually a multi-year Mr. Beast fan? I think probably in preparation to go on a Mr. Beast video himself. Yes. Do I think he unpromptedly watched Mr. Beast? Probably not. Yeah, I was actually thinking, is there a chance he was going to play his idol this round to save Aubrey? But then, like, clearly he wasn't going to. Especially, like, once, like, Jeff alludes to that there's, like, something special with the idol. Assume they'll just flush Rick's idol, take out Emily. Yeah, that seems... Like, I mean, Emily or Aubrey, right? It's like... I don't get what the reality is. And I assume the reality is he's closer to Emily than Aubrey, but it feels weird because, like, the edit always like attaches Rick to Aubrey, and like even this episode, like leading into Tribal, it was like, oh, Rick and Aubrey, they're gonna make a move or whatever. So I don't know, I find all that pretty strange. Thoughts on the episode as a whole? I thought it was a great episode. I thought it was a really fun episode. The twist is shit. Thankfully, the twist didn't work out, and like to be fair, I hadn't feeling it wouldn't work out. Based on everything like laid out. Especially because like by the time we got to it, there was like fucking 20 minutes left by the time Rick like got to the coin. But yeah, again, I thought like the scramble was really fun. Tribal was really fun before the Mr. Beast of it all. The vote off was lame, but like it's not the worst thing in the world. But like obviously it would have been cooler if we got like some sort of like, because like coming into the Tribal, I was thinking we might get some like weird plurality vote, but it was like no, it's just like a fucking 7-2, and more than that. 9-2? Was it a 9-2 Steph vote? No, 8-2. 8-2 Steph. Either way. Mr. Beast said it was fun TV. Kind of. I mean, yeah. I think it was like good if you don't think about the game ramifications of it, and the game ramifications didn't matter by the end. I did get annoyed at how much Jeff was like hyping up, like, oh, it's because of Mr. Beast that we're getting all this hectic gameplay now. Like, sure, I guess. Twist was essentially do or die to a degree. It was a coin flip, do or die. It was essentially flip the coin. If you get it, you stay in the game, and you get an idol, and you get immunity, and you double the prize money. If you don't get it, you're eliminated. Stepping the only two Aubrey votes is a bit crazy, yeah. Also very funny to me. Which Kuribor is better, Angela or Cerise? I didn't pay attention to the Angelas, actually. Like, what was on? Like, Cerise felt like it was a lot of... I didn't actually pay attention to Cerise either. I don't know, whatever. Either one. I'll take either. Yeah, like, putting Mr. Beast on the side to just watch it is very funny. Well, this was an actual comp instead of a coin flip. I'd be like, I still wouldn't like. Actually, I would hate it more, to be honest. Like, genuinely, I hate that more. Because, like, that means that the game starts to prioritize actual competition ability. Because like, this is just this is essentially just a glorified shot in the dark. Actually, better than a shot in the dark. You have a 50-50 chance of staying instead of a 1 in 6 chance. Mind you, it's a forced shot in the dark, which is like an issue, obviously. It like, essentially what this twist is them forcing one player to play a shot in the dark. Which, like, I don't love that, obviously. And it's like, it's a 50-50 chance. And the thing is, like, it was better because Rick was going home anyway, and he saved himself. That's what made it better. Like, if it was a spot where, like, it was going to be a complete blindside, no one knew what was going on, then that's bullshit. Like, just imagine it was a spot where Rick didn't know he was going home. He didn't want to volunteer. They go to rock. Suri gets the rock. Suri gets taken out due to this twist. That's really shit. Yeah, Jeff did say that he thought they were going to rocks. Stupid just on the potential Radford lot sale. I don't think it means nothing. They're just gonna, like, again, like, I believe Netflix is supposedly gonna buy it. They're just gonna pay like Netflix rent to still film there. It's not gonna change anything. They're still gonna film there. It's cheaper for them to pay rent to Netflix for it than it is for them to build a new set and everything. Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot about that. We haven't talked about AU. Australian Survivor's fucked. Yeah. I think it might be over. I think it might be over. Not looking good. Where, yeah, you all know, they're cutting funding for this next. So again, obviously it was meant to be 2 seasons. Now it turns out they're only doing 1 season this year. Also, they're cutting funding on that 1 season to where now it's only half of a normal Australian Survivor season. Yeah, I think it's pretty over unless this next season does really fucking well. But we'll see. Oh yeah, so Joe not standing up when Rick won. I didn't even pay attention to that. I haven't seen the actual episode count, but like, it's supposedly it's half the length at least. Like, it's half, like yeah, they're cutting it in half. Like, I think it's gonna be Australian Survivor, or fuck me, A vs the World format, if I were to guess, but just with newbies. Well, I mean, like, obviously not exactly like 16 days, whatever, but like, I'm assuming it'll be like that sort of like structure, as in like a shorter Australian Survivor season. It's probably better for the television product, depending on how many days it is. Like, if it's 16 days, then like there's still going to be an aspect of it that's a bit lame, but like, because I still think 1 day rounds does eventually like have an effect on the season. But if they can keep it like 2 episode rounds, I feel like that'll be fine. I think Noble since last stream, I mean, a lot notable, I feel like. Didn't Big Brother Canada get saved? Yeah, only to eventually get canceled again, but yeah. But I mean, Big Brother Canada got like just outwardly, like, got was it canceled, and then brought back. Australian Survivor's in the spot where like I think it's just like dying. Like, this is like more like the BB Can 11, for Australian Survivor than it is like the BB Can BB Can 5/6. Because yeah, BB Can got canceled at BB Can 5. Then there was this big fan petition from RGP that got global. Say, okay, we're going to bring it back for one more season. And then it started doing well and whatever. It came back for a few more seasons until season 11, where like they cut the budget, everything. Again, obviously took away live feeds, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this feels more like the BB Can 11 of it all, more than the BB Can 5 to 6. This feels like them essentially saying, hey, we're going to give you like one more chance. If you don't recover soon, you're fucking done. Just ratings are not good anymore. And like they're putting him in a fairly difficult time slot from what I understand. Like obviously it's against Marriage at First Sight, which I believe is like the top show in Australia. Even like this season in particular, Redemption like had a very difficult time slot from like being like a month later than what it normally is. So where like from what I understand, I had more competition in that spot. So yeah, I think this season was always kind of doomed to fail, but it feels like they're like obviously just taking out on that. There were rumors about Channel 9. That was back before David took over, though, right? I can't believe they would cancel. Yeah, Tar AU did get canceled already. Were spoilers right about Steph? The most recent spoilers, yes. Like, we knew Steph was going home this episode. Yeah, it's a shame because, yeah, obviously Australian Survivor's been very good. I don't even know what ratings were more recently, but I know they were like pretty good during like Here's Villains time. But I know like Brains vs. Brawn was a dip, and then Brains vs. Brawn 2 was a dip, and then I know A vs. the World like was like slightly up from what I remember, but like not as good as what they were hoping. And this last season like dropped a lot. Ian came out of woodwork to do an interview. Rosenberger? Are we talking about? Is that what Tyson's podcast guest was? Oh, wait. Let me see this. Is it online yet? Whatever. I'll have to look it up later. I wonder if he says anything about 50 casting. Because obviously I need more to add to the 50 Rumo video. Looks so different. I've seen him recently. Yeah, he has like a mustache and everything. Yeah, I saw him like he's like short hair and like all that sort of stuff. Talk about the casting a bit at the start. Interesting. Okay, wait. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So that's a minor thing to add, obviously. It won't take that long to add that, obviously. Wait, when do I talk about? Oh, because yeah, Ian is on JM's list. Okay. So Ian was called. Yeah, I'll listen to the podcast later. But yeah, okay, I'll have to add that. Ranks for Star 50. I believe it's like slightly up. I mean, it's essentially kind of what I expected. Removing a delay another month. No, it's almost done. Genuinely this time. Like wait, let me. It should be open, right? Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually almost done. I'm at the 7-hour 48-minute mark. The video right now is, which I've recorded everything outside this Ian information now. I've recorded everything but that, and then obviously, like I mentioned this last stream, I've more definitively know what I'm doing with it. I am gonna do a in-person intro and outro. Outside of those things, everything else is recorded. The video right now would be 8 hours 1 minute without that. So I have what, 13 minutes to go through. So it's very close. Parts, like part 1 will probably come out. I'm actually not even sure at this point. Earliest would be May 9th would be the earliest for part 1. It's going to be probably 6 parts at this point. Is also something I've like debate about. It was going to be 5 parts. However, the final part has now become like it's like the final part starts at 5 hours was it 5 hours 34 minutes, which again it's going to end at 8 hours, so like that's going to be like a 2.5-hour final part. So like I'm thinking of splitting that into 2 now, so it'll probably be 6 parts. We'll see. Come up for members, I would say sometime next week. Genuinely, I think I will have it edited by next, like done edit, like editing wise, I think I'll be done by next stream. I do need to rewatch the video to like double check things. But when I'm doing that, I'll start like exporting the parts and all that, and there'll be membership eventually. Will I ever make merch? Probably not. I don't have good enough stuff to do merch for. Are preseason winner spoilers still correct? I don't, like, there are some that are, or like that are like still in the game. I mean, generally, actually, like, I think all of the people that were genuinely rumored to win this season are still in the game outside Stephanie at this point. I did say it'd be done by his, but I didn't realize I had 45 minutes of extra shit to record. But now all that stuff's recorded. So I generally, I don't have anything else to add. Like, I don't have anything else. Like, this is everything I have for Survivor 50. This is like literally every bit of fucking information that I have. Like, I generally like obviously if I really, really want to, could I expand on certain things? Maybe. But it's like, I generally don't know if there's like a topic that I haven't covered. Within the, like, obviously context of Survivor the casting. No, every player ranked will be longer. That's why I said, like, this is going to be my longest video ever, but it's just going to be beaten in a few months. Because my ranking of every player is going to be, like, how long again? We already, like, ran through this. I forgot. Like, it's... So, my ranking of every Big Brother US player is, what, 7 hours, 52 minutes? So that is 476? No, 470. Wait, no, fuck if I did. It's 7 hours, 52 minutes. So yeah, it's, 472 minutes, right? Divide by 312. That's how many players are. Times this by the 751 players. That's 1,136 minutes. Yeah. Ranking of every player is going to be probably like 19 hours. So like, not even close. But like, this is a much easier video to put together. Where, yeah, it's like, this is going to be, like, generally, this would be so much quicker to make this video than it is going to be to make this video. Especially the editing process. Yeah, I'll obviously put them all together by the end. I'm not sure. It's like, I don't get how YouTube works with videos over 12 hours, because like, it tells you that you can't do it, but there are videos over 12 hours on YouTube. So it's like, I guess I just try. I try to upload a 19-hour video and just see what happens. Wow. Was this? Yeah, Steph was a rumored winner. Not the rumored winner that is rumored now, but was the initial rumored winner that got, like, quickly disproven. Obviously. Like, is the top 25 include confession from each player? I don't know. I could, but I don't know if I want to for this video. I think I'm going to keep this pretty straightforward, this ranking of every player. I think it's just going to be a full-on, just normal player ranking. We'll see. I might change my mind by the time I actually make it. He's Rick God, sure. Rick Dimmons is like a top 300 player. Yeah. I mean, like, he might be like, I don't know, top... I feel like he's definitely top 200 at this point, right? Maybe top 150. Maybe top 100. Yeah, generally, like, there's not going to be, like, that much to talk about with the power ranking. We're still going to do it, though. We probably will also do one batch of the ranking of every player, because, again, I need to get this done somewhat soon. Like, I need to have this done probably by, like, the beginning of July. Which is 2 months away. Which we've been working on this for 4 months now, by the way. Yeah, 4 months. So... Yeah. Also, I believe we're at almost 50 hours of the player ranking. Just talking about the player ranking. So, yeah. Again, I need to get this done at some point. Yeah, I'm doing a spoiler, History of Survivor 50 spoiler video at some point. When? Don't know. But yeah, eventually. Wait. Stream Twilight Princess. I mean, I theoretically could, but I'm not, like, dying to. Sydney Sweeney's still the ugliest person alive. Obviously, that's obviously the case. Need in-depth thoughts on Zane. Obviously, I need to talk about him for like 5 minutes. He needs to be He needs to be the player I talk about the most in the video. Does Rick go without Mr. Beast? I think so. Seems like it, at least. I can't wait to see where Joaquin, my favorite player, Joaquin, the one that turned down Michelle Fitzgerald. I wonder where he lands. Deep thoughts about Jay Byers. Yeah. He got banned from Spoiled Survivor for calling the mods lazy. That's kind of funny. That seems like a Survivor, like a normal Survivor Reddit thing. That's I mean, like Michelle Fitzgerald talked about that in the Social Game podcast, that like she, like, before her season filmed, she went to like or before her season aired, after it filmed, she went to like a watch party that Joaquin was at and like tried to hook up Joaquin, and then he like just shut her down. Yeah, obviously I saw Michelle versus Aubrey. If Rick wins 50 the same way he could win Edge of Extinction, would be top 50 player. Probably not top 50. He has a Frankenstein tattoo. I'll have a thoughtful speech about Nick Stanberry. Maybe. Oh yeah, by the way, I still want to do that video too. I don't know what the timing of that video is. If I'm gonna make that before or after the ranking of every player. But I still want to do that video where I just say the first thing on my mind about every single Survivor player. I just think it'll be funny. And that'll probably just be a one-shot video, probably. Maybe. I say that, yeah. Again, who knows? Maybe it'll be like 5 parts or something. I don't know how long that video would be. How long would that video be? If I, like, to say one line about 751 players. Like, let's just say 10 seconds per player. It's like essentially divide by 6. 100. So 2 hours? That's not that bad. Like a little bit over 2 hours. Yeah. Doesn't mac and cheese in the auction? It didn't look the greatest, but I guess it reminds her of home. So that's something. Ian says he's a huge Jonathan and Joe fan. Oh no. But that makes sense though. Thoughts on Roxroy for 42? He's the greatest player of all time. Well, yeah, that's what it's gonna be. Is like, yeah, it's just like it's actually just like a slideshow of every player just in a row, and just like the first thing that comes to mind. And then move on. Aubrey says she deserves to go wrong. Yeah, I think that was funny too. Yeah, the fact that like we have this Michelle Aubrey feud going on, and then like in the episode today we have we have Aubrey talking about how she should have won. Is this one of Stephanie's games? Where we go? A2 has a video for one fact about every Survivor player. Yeah, hour 32. That's pretty short. So that's what, like 7 seconds a player or so? Top 10 loved ones who had the most game ability. I mean, I don't know, I could, but I'm not like dying for it. Yeah, as I said, like I'm not shocked by that. Like Ian is this like kind of honor bound like sort of player. Like he has like somewhat of a killer instinct, but he's still a guy that like wants to like bro down and whatever. Personally, I like this episode. Yeah, again, I thought it was a good episode. I had fun with it. I hate the twist, but I thought the episode itself was fun. Yeah, it's like I did find that funny. Like Aubrey saying, "Oh, Michelle made moves at the end at the right time." It's like, did she? Like she won 2 competitions. Like I guess that's a move. Well, like one of them being a like jury removal. Ow. Like I guess. She voted out Julia. What a great move. She voted out Julia Sokolowski. Yeah, who made this video? Oh, I think okay, cool. I think I have seen the thumbnail for this video. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the Roachinator or whatever. Roachnator, whatever that channel is. That was 4 months ago. Yeah, I remember when this video came out. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They made the ranking of every logo. Yeah, I've watched a couple of this channel's videos. Oh yeah, they made this video too. CC, generally, what would I say about CC from Millennials Gen X? I actually don't even. I think she might be one of the players that I don't even know if I have something that comes to mind right away. What about Jackson Fox? She sucks, yeah. Oh, we're talking about with CC. Oh yeah, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna like. I don't want it to be like just that. Oh, they suck or like they exist or like whatever. Like because like to be fair, that's probably like the first word that would come to mind for like most people. Like I want it to be actually something that like isn't like super generic. So Kim was not rumored for 50. Yeah, at this point, like I feel like I have a good grasp on like all the information that's out there. Like I've looked up so many podcasts and like so many interviews and like I've like looked up so much shit at this point to where like of the stuff that's publicly out there, I feel like I have a good idea. Oh, but yeah, I haven't seen a single thing about SoCam. Jackson Fox says favorite. Yeah, I remember that. Preem's posting is. Oh really? But I'm surprised he put Kagaya into 42. I'm proud of him, in the words of Joe Hunter. Were Joe and Jonathan the only 2 names not discussed in the scramble to vote out? Seemingly, I don't understand why Jonathan isn't like being talked about. And I guess it's like, is he just like looked at as such a goat? Because I generally don't understand it. Like right now for Suri, the move is Jonathan, right? Like, why are you taking out Stephanie? Especially in the spot where she's going to play her vote steal. Like, I don't... Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Like, I know that Stephanie, like, did mention, like, oh, maybe we should vote for Suri. But, like, Jonathan will do the same? Oh, yeah, I noticed a lot of great Joe clips. Which, that'll be more for the review than the player ranking. But, yeah, I'll get those eventually. Yeah, like, I don't think, like, there's certain clips here that, like, I have downloaded, but I don't think I'm going to use them in this video. Like, the Joe coming on me, I'm not going to use that in this video, I don't think. The Joe, this isn't good. Yeah, this one. If it loads.
This isn't good. This isn't good.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. All right. But yeah. I don't think this is gonna make the room review video, but it'll definitely make the 50 review. And like, I guess too fair, it'll probably make the spoiler Rumo video. We eventually get to that. Yeah. Why am I Joe Sim? Genuinely, I think Joe's a good character. Like, I think Joe is fun if you don't take him seriously. I think the problem is that the edit made us, like, wanted us to take him so seriously during 48. But I think when you watch his, like, interviews and, like, seeing him on 50 being given more of a dodo edit, it's like, I think he's fun. Yeah, he's a great side character. It'd be funny if Joe doesn't end up voting out Rick. I mean, considering modern Survivor storytelling, wouldn't shock me. Yeah, he's fun to laugh at. And he is my daddy, so I mean, that's also a thing. Which, do I risk playing it? I don't even remember what the last time I used Joe's my daddy is in this. I don't think I used Joe's my daddy that much in the back portion of this. John Raymond, like child abuse. It was a lot more fun when people to play around him. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably do the power ranking. Someone said, could we do it in reverse order? And we might. It's probably more interesting that way. Also shakes it up, I guess. Yeah. Power ranking for episode 10 of Survivor 50. I just realized I didn't place Stephanie yet. I don't know where I put Stephanie on the player ranking. Like above Coach. But it's like, I don't know. With Christian, it's like Christian's more in a power position throughout the early game. Steph was like, but even then, like, Steph was blindsided when, like, well, not blindsided is not the right term, but like not on the right side of the vote during the, or not, that's not even the right term either. Either didn't want Coach or Chrissy to go home. I think it's close. Yeah, I think Stephanie, it's like the Rick Devens thing is like, assuming Rick Devens would have gone. I think I'll put Stephanie 1 for now. I think assuming that Rick Devens was going to go home had it not been for Mr. Beast, which what a line that is. I think I will give her 1. If it turns out that wasn't the case and Steph was just going home the entire time, then I think it's a bit more arguable. But yeah, I think for now I think I'll give her above Christian. But I do think it's close. Yeah, as for the actual power ranking, which I'd be shocked if this goes for more than like 20 minutes. We'll see. Again, I think we'll go in reverse order just because I think it's more fun that way at this point. Because, I mean, do we want to start off Aubrey number 1? Tiffany number 1? I can't believe it. Great edit, obviously. She's number 1. She's the best around. Yeah, Tiffany's dead, obviously. Nothing's changed. She got like 2 confessionals this episode, I believe. One of them about her immunity win. And then the other one, now I think about it, was her other one also about her immunity win, but after she came back to camp? Yeah, I mean, I guess she had like the day 19 of it all. She at least got to talk about that. Oh, yeah, the letter. Yeah, she introduced the letters scene. But yeah, I mean, Tiffany's dead. That shouldn't be shocking, right? I would suspect she's still bottom, but we'll see. Rizzo, my man. I just don't know you. But you're number 1 for now. Not a good episode for Rizzo. I feel like Rizzo's edit is starting to go downhill. It feels like he is starting to get overshadowed by oh yeah, he didn't even get a Chiron. That's insane. Yeah. His only confessional was during the auction, right? I didn't even think about that because I remembered he got 1 confessional. I forgot that his only confessional was during the auction. And yeah. But yeah, I thought this was a pretty bad episode, just not even really there. It felt like Ozzy and Sri got all the focus within their alliance. Really for the last couple episodes, it really feels like Rizzo's just been a bit of an afterthought. Like last episode, the only content he got was like mentioning that he wanted to get Christian out, and it seemed like he got his way, but it seemed like that may have just been the reality, and they kind of had to show it that way because he was actually the person that did push the vote onto Christian. Um, yeah, it's like I actually feel like, is this like a runner-up style edit for Rizzo at this point? Like, is this a spot where like he had like the glowing content like for first like 2/3 of the season, but in the back portion it's like he kind of starts to draw dead at this point. Um, like obviously he's above Tiffany, like that's pretty undeniable, but like it's been a pretty rough stretch for Rizzo, my man, and yeah, I would, I think he's starting to feel fairly dead edit wise. Rick Devens, genuinely, yeah, I think Ryan HHH. I think that's a decent comparison for sure. Like Ken McNichol's like always the first one that comes to mind, but that's not exactly the case because like Ken McNichol had probably, because like Rizzo had like more mixed like beginning. Ken had like a glowing beginning and then just kind of went dead. Like Rizzo had like mixed, then good, and then now dead. But still, it feels similar in the sense. But yeah, I think Ryan Ulrich is a better comparison in the fact that Ryan, yeah, had like a pretty good first half, still like fine, like middle, and then just like yeah, kind of dead. Like especially once the like JP boot and like all that sort of stuff happens, he's kind of dead. Either way, Rick Devens. I think he's number one. Like in my head, I actually feel like he's number one. I think he's above Rizzo at this point. I think this was a bad upset for Rizzo. I don't think this, like Rick Devens is still not, like I don't think Rick Devens is winning either. But like I think this is kind of the episode he needed. If he were to go on to win. Where I talked about this last episode, that the reason why I had Rizzo or had Rick above, it was Aubrey, I assume then. Was because I feel like Rick is in this kind of spot where this big event happens to him in Christian leaving, and like it depends on like what the next episode is, on like what his story is. And I feel like he got like a good recovery from that. In the sense that we got like so much focus around him this episode. Mind you, obviously it seemed like he was going to be targeted. Obviously we have the Mr. Beast of it all, to where like a lot of it is like fairly necessary. Oh, he got his family letter, which I mean, well, actually, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah. I was gonna say like obviously like he will because he has a family and all that stuff, but like in comparison to Rizzo, it's like Rizzo does have his brother that he even like talked about in relation to Mr. Beast, yet didn't even get to read his letter. So yeah, I feel like this is a pretty good episode for Rick. I don't think he's gonna be a top contender, but I think he's at least viable. At this point, where like I could see this being like the turning point for his edit, that the Rick Devin or the Christian vote off was like kind of the start of his story, or like the start of his winning trajectory, I should say. And he like kind of inherits like Christian's edit to a degree. So yeah, I think it's like it's viable. More likely than not, he's probably just the same as last time. Genuinely, like in reality, like, is Rick Devens even playing? Like, I think he's essentially just playing the same game as last time, just like not actually getting voted on the pre-merge. But like, it feels like he's in a similar position of that. Like, he's like this type of player that like he probably will need like immunity wins or idols to get to the very, very end. Might be used as a smoke screen for a little bit. Gonna struggle to get to the very, very end, but if he does, he probably wins. I think it's still like kind of a similar spot. For Rick. But yeah, I think edit wise, this is the episode he kind of needed, but also it was the Mr. Beast episode, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually just take out Christian, put in, or take out David, put in Christian. Essentially the exact same game. Ozzy, number one, of the people so far, and I feel good about that. I am unsure if Ozzy's going to be number one by the end. I think that's something we'll have to debate towards the end of this. I thought it was a fine episode for Ozzy. It's another one that, like, it was good, but not great. Yeah, he had a good confessional with the letters. He had good SPV from I think it was Jonathan talking about how he's like changed his game. He's a good player. If he gets to the end, I'll vote for him. Um, like that was good. Um, I still feel like there's this kind of like I don't know. It's like I'm debating if like this is like what exactly Ed is trying to tell us with the like him and I need Suri in the game, that part of it, because it is very much like yeah. I feel like the edit is like still reiterating how much like Suri is like saving him in the game, but like it kind of plays into his story because like his story is about like again like he needed a better social game and like it's like this is like kind of their usage of like saying oh his social game is what's saving him, his social game is Suri. um so yeah, I think this was like I don't feel like this was a like a massive episode for Ozzy, but I think it was still a good enough one. Um, to where like I would suspect he's still number one, but it's not 100%, but I think he will probably be number one still by the end. Um, I mean, generally when looking at the board, it's like I don't know if another person had a better episode than Ozzy necessarily. Like we'll get to it. There's probably people on like a similar level. Um, than Ozzy. But like I don't know if there's someone that like obviously has a better episode than Ozzy here. And yeah, it's like I think it's like it's definitely like he got a lot of content here like around like his social game and how like that's saving him in the game, and I feel like that plays into his story. So um yeah, I think it's overall like a minor net positive for Ozzy. Jonathan. Jonathan is one of the like I think we're at the point of Jonathan where I don't know what to do with him. For me, right away, I can say I have him below Ozzy and Rick. I feel like that's kind of easy for me. I think Rizzo is debatable. Um, I feel like Jonathan. I don't. I generally I'm just like, kind of perplexed with what like the edit is trying to tell us with Jonathan. Where yeah, I feel like he's getting like the villainous edit at this point. Like he like especially with like the content about Stephanie, around how he's lying to Stephanie, and then like Stephanie took the fall for what Jonathan was doing. Um, like he's still getting a lot of like narrational content, a lot of like strategic content, but it doesn't feel winnery, and like I don't feel like it has for the last like couple episodes. Like I feel like obviously like there was the stretch here where like it felt like he was getting a pretty strong edit. I mean even like early on, but it does feel like the Christian episode felt negative. This one also felt kind of negative. Um, yeah, it's like I feel like he definitely feel I don't know. It doesn't feel like he's being portrayed in a winnery sort of way. Um, I don't think he's going soon. I think to be fair, I think like overall, yeah, he feels like either runner up or he feels like someone that falls like short of getting to the end, but probably wouldn't have actually won if he got into the end. Um, which is essentially what I got last time. I would say edit wise, I think the fact that we're getting so much focus around like what he thinks and how he's maneuvering through the game, I think probably leads more into a runner up um style of edit, because like otherwise why does this matter? Because it feels like this is like shown here. I don't know. I guess you could argue the other way too, because like, yeah, like it's a spot where like if he falls short, I guess they could like hype him up as like the fallen angel, because like again they showed him to us as a good player. Yet the reality is, I don't think he would have won a jury vote. So like it won't matter, because like he doesn't get to the end, and we won't see the jury be like, yeah, fuck you, we're not voting for you. So like they don't have to face the ramifications of showing him like as this like sort of player. But also it feels like you could portray him this way, as like we're seeing all of his strategic thoughts, because like that's what he's going to detail in his final tribal speech. And they need to show this to like, and like I feel like that would also be a spot where like they're setting him up to be a contender though, right? Because like, because I feel like this is this is not like the Owen edit or the Jake edit. Like, I think it's more comparable to like a Brad Culpepper than anything. But even Brad Culpepper, like his edit was like I mean, I guess too fair, like kind of toneless, too, like sometimes positive. Early on, it was positive, right? But even I feel like Jonathan definitely feels more negative than Culpepper. Where Culpepper like got negative in the finale, and that was like really bad. Yeah, it's like I feel like Jonathan probably will get votes if he gets to the end, right? Like you would think he would get like, I mean maybe Stephanie, but like definitely get like Coach, potentially like Chrissy. Like obviously it depends on like who he's up against. But like you would think that those are votes that like might go his way. Um. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give him 3 above Rizzo. I feel like Rizzo just like going pretty silent at this point feels worse than Jonathan, who at least is still on the show, still getting a lot of content, even though it feels negatively tinged. Feels like Sam. I think game wise, I think he essentially is. Like, I think he is playing a very similar game to Sam. Edit wise, like, maybe, probably. I don't know. I haven't thought about it like too in depthly, but I can definitely see comparisons. I don't feel like Sam is someone that like I was thinking of in like I don't think Sam was like villainous though. At least I don't remember him being villainous. But yeah, I think they are playing like similar style of games at this point. Joe Hunter, my daddy. Yeah. 5 above Tiffany, I guess. Joe's entire edit at this point is just his rivalry of Rick. Like that's literally his entire like edit at this point. It feels very shallow. I don't think like obviously Joe's obviously not winning this season. I've had him what second or third from the bottom like most of the season. Like that episode 2 was like so damning. And like he had like good content here or like fine content here, but like even then like once Coach goes, it's like at this point it's like it really just feels like he's just there. Like he's not really like it's like weird because like actually we do see him pushing for things at points, but then it just doesn't happen, and then he just like falls back and then votes out whoever like the majority wants to vote out. Not sure how his rivalry is going to pay off. I mean, like, actually, yeah, I don't know because like, I think we're meant to be siding with Rick clearly, but I think it's more likely that Joe would vote out Rick, right? Like Rick is, and like I don't know, maybe Rick is like using enough as a smokescreen enough that he can actually make it to the end game, and somehow Joe gets taken out before then. But like obviously Joe feels like he has an easier path in the game at this point than Rick. Joe's Troyzan for Game Changers. I could see it for sure. I think in game he is. Like I think we're definitely seeing like Jonathan, Brad, Joe, Troyzan like from an in-game perspective. Edit wise, I would say it's like it's slightly. Actually, I don't even know if slightly different. I think it's like fairly different. Because it's not even like Joe's invisible on the show. Like Troyzan was just like actually invisible at a good point in the season, like for a good chunk of the season. Like Joe is on the show, it's just that he's not getting like that good of content. Like he's getting like negative content at multiple points, which like I don't even feel like Troyzan. And like I it's not like I have a super in-depth memory of Game Changers like edit in that way, but like I don't remember Troyzan getting like dunked on in the edit. In the way that Joe has been. Generally, I could see it. I could see the Joe, Jake, or fuck me, the Joe, yeah, Joe, like Jake Owen style trajectory there. Where like I would not expect Joe to win. I mean, the thing is like about Joe though, he is like an affable guy and people like him, but I don't know if they'll have respect for him on this season. It's like practically, I think it'll be like tough to see him win, especially the game he's playing so far. Um, and also just like again, edit-wise, he's obviously dead. And this episode was just another one of him wanting to target Rick, not getting that through. It's like, yeah, he's bad. But at least he's on the show more than Tiffany. I also find it very funny how like Tiffany's now with Suri and Ozzy and Rizzo, and that just wasn't explained at all. Just like never came up as that. Like it's just like all of a sudden she's just there. Actually, what happened to the Joe Tiffany relationship? I totally forgot about that until now. Yeah, that didn't go anywhere either. At least so far, but whatever. Emily. Like obviously still towards the bottom. I would say above Tiffany. I'm debating Joe. I had her below Joe last time. I might move her up above Joe. I don't know. Like Emily, like at least we got more of her relationship with Devins. We got to see her reaction to the Christian blindside. We got to see her like talk with Ozzy about it. It's like that's something. Like Ozzy again, she's still dead. Like she's not winning. But I think that's enough to be above Joe for now. Why not? But yeah, again, Emily's clearly not winning this either. Emily only being out on 1 vote in 2 seasons is pretty impressive. Yeah. Yeah, especially for considering her like blindsided in 45 being like her technically being in the end because she was in the majority for it. Yeah. Yeah, we still need at least one more double boot. Which I was thinking it might be next episode, but it didn't seem like that's the case based on the preview. But I don't know. Season's gonna be a solid 7.5 to 8, I feel. Yeah. I think it's a slightly above average for me. I would say it's like of the 25 or of the 50 seasons, I would say it's probably somewhere in like the 20 to 25 range right now, but we'll see. Anyway, Suri Fields. I think I'm gonna land on 2. I said this last stream that it felt like we were on like the precipice of like the Ozzy Suri of it all, where like if this was a really good Suri episode and Ozzy had another like middling episode, I'd be willing to switch them. But I feel like ultimately they both had good episodes to where like I think it pretty much remains the same. I do think that is the case. That it definitely felt like that was a potential setup to a fall. It's either potential setup to a fall or potential setup to a win. And it's like, who knows which one at this point. But like, yeah, the relationship with Ozzy, it's like, obviously so much of Suri's game at this point feels like it's her defending Ozzy. To where it could definitely be like, okay, she's defending Ozzy so much that leads to the end of her game, or she's defending Ozzy so much that it leads to her getting to the end of Ozzy and winning. Or like Ozzy maybe sacrificing his game for Suri or something. Yeah, like I feel like it could be interpreted either way at this point. I do agree with that. Ozzy definitely feels more important than Suri at points, which is very bizarre based on like how you would assume they would be portrayed, especially based on like previous seasons. And yeah, again, like I think this was a good episode for Suri though. She did get she was the first person to talk about Mr. Beast, right? In the confessional. Then she got to read her letter, talked about her dad, talking about how she's going to bring it home this time, like got a winner quote there. Obviously got a lot of strategy focused content, got the credit for the vote once again. The thing is though, is that I feel like that's the reality seemingly, is that like just everything goes through Suri. Which again, like Suri's playing an extremely impressive game this season. I think this might be the best game Suri's ever played. But from an edit perspective, I still feel like it's this like early stretch to me that feels shallow for Suri, which is like funny considering obviously you look at Ozzy and Ozzy was like lower than Suri for a good chunk of the season. But even during this section, Ozzy was getting like pretty complex content. It was definitely a mixed bag at this point. But like it felt like he was getting complex content. It felt like Suri like got a very shallow beginning. Got like sprinkles of good content like in this like kind of middle stretch here. But it definitely feels like at least based on the early edit, it feels like Ozzy is the more important figure of the two. Even though I do feel like Suri has gotten a lot more like strategic credit now. Go back to Premiere and Ozzy is set up as changing his social game, and that's been brought up a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that is clearly like Ozzy's overall storyline. It feels like that is the storyline that could lead to a win. It's like he changed his social game, and that's what he needed to win the game. Like, Suri doesn't really have anything. Like, Suri doesn't really have a story. Like, she has recently gotten confessionals about how she wants, like, how she's finally going to take home the win and everything. But, like, is that enough in episodes, like, 8, 9, and 10? I don't know. So, yeah, it's like, I think Suri has been getting very good content recently. I think this was a overall net positive for Suri, but I think it also was a net positive for Ozzy, to where I feel like they end up kind of still, staying the same at the end. Sorry, Suri too. And now we're ending the video of Aubrey. Obviously number one. She's been number one every single time at the beginning of every video. But no, Aubrey, good episode for Aubrey, but I generally don't know what they're doing with Aubrey. Aubrey is just like, again, like it's another one of these episodes where like it's another like Mitch style episode, but then by the end it kind of comes around this time, or at least the edit wants you to think it comes around. Like the fact that like, because like the thing about Aubrey's that, especially like recently, it's been a lot of like her at the beginning of the episode talking about like, oh, I need to make a move. It's time to like, I mean, business is time. And then like nothing comes of it. This episode, nothing actually came of it, but the edit kind of wants us to think something came of it. Like she at least like had a confessional towards the end of the episode, talking about how she's going to do something, which is like, it's better. Like at least like the edit at least tries this, like pretend like she saved herself here. That's something. Did she actually? Probably not. But I think this is and like she also got content about her like kid and everything, but like obviously that like kind of need to be there based on like how it felt like obviously she was talking about at the auction, and obviously they're always going to show like, or like it's not always, but like they want to show those sort of moments with the family letters and people like crying over their families. But yeah, I do think it was a net positive. I will say she's above Jonathan right now. Oh yeah, also the flashback to Ko Wrong. Yeah, that content was pretty good too. Talking about what she learned from Michelle and how she's gonna implement it this time. Yeah, that was pretty good. Again, obviously the issue of Aubrey is still just, this is so shit. Or like I've been talking about this the last few weeks, that I don't feel like her content the last few weeks is bad on paper. The problem is that it just feels like it's too late, and it feels like it like gets set up just to not go anywhere. Where like this was a good episode. Like if this was episode like 7 or 8 after like having like a couple good episodes in a row, like Aubrey might be a front runner at this point. But again, it just feels like it's too late. And like we are in a new era where like where like pre-merge edits have been very rocky, but like dude, I'm so fucked from the remote video. But yeah, where like who knows if like a Gabler sort of edit could happen, but like would they want that for Survivor 50? I think that would be a bizarre choice, and even then, it's not even really like a full-on like Gabler, because even Gabler like at least got like I feel like Gabler got more substance, because like, at least like Gabler had a strategy. Like, what is Aubrey's strategy? She just talks about like, oh, I need to make. I guess too far she did talk about this episode, about how she's gonna like peek at the end or whatever. But like, again, that was in episode 10 out of 13. Like Gabler had Alec Gabler like what, like episode 7 or 8 or something. Um, and even then, again, like obviously they hate the Gabler edit, so it's like it's not like it's like actually too far. The premiere was awful though. Like generally the premiere was awful. If it wasn't for the premiere, her edit isn't like that far off of Gabler, but her premiere is awful. And then also, why would they give a Gabler edit again for 50? So I think I'm gonna have her. Yeah, I'm gonna have her above Jonathan, below Rick. I think is what I'm gonna settle on. I feel like Rick had a stronger, like has a stronger like overall story at this point. Again, I do feel like this is kind of the like Gabler ship premiere, but not an invisible premiere. Like Gabler had content. We got to know who Gabler is by the end of the premiere. Aubrey was barely in the first fucking episode. Like the only content from Aubrey in the premiere episode was her rivalry of Genevieve. Like Gabler got to talk about himself and then also got set up rivalry. Like Gabler was like a major character in the premiere episode. Like we got to know who Gabler is. We don't know who the fuck Aubrey is if we haven't watched any previous season after the premiere of this season. Kyle, same thing. Kyle was like a decent, like he was decently prominent in the premiere. Or we're talking about in general edit wise. I don't think it's similar to Kyle at all. Like Kyle and like actually too for edit wise, maybe you could argue it. I don't know. In game though, it's very different. Because like Aubrey isn't even like because like Kyle was actually with Joe and Eva. Aubrey doesn't even have that. Yeah, Kyle was just a very shallow strategic player, but like he was still getting content. Like he was still like kind of actually I think he got like slightly above average confessional wise in the pre-merge, right? But he was like a pretty prominent character. It's just that it was very shallow. Aubrey, like I believe even like she had like a again this breakout episode. Yet I think she's still like fourth, like from the bottom confessional wise. Like she only went up like one spot confessional wise and only had like 4 confessionals or stuff like that. Yeah, Kyle had a very Charlie like edit. That was definitely the case. We're like Aubrey. Who do you even compare Aubrey's edit to? By the way, I love how I made this a 30-minute video somehow. Yeah, who would I even compare Aubrey to? I generally don't even know. I guess Sage, right? Yeah, I guess Sage. Yeah, Sage and Mitch, yeah. I forgot about that, Mitch, actually. Yeah, I forgot I was already making the Mitch comparisons, but yeah, like but actually, in comparison, though, like her recent edit is stronger though than Mitch and Sage. I think overall it's similar, but like I think it's like because it feels like Aubrey's on like a slight upward trajectory right now. I don't feel like that was the case with Mitch. Like, was Mitch getting like this strong personal content like at episode 10? I was high on Mitch's edit for the first half. Like I think up to episode 8 there, and then like after that he was like pretty dead. I think it was was it the David boot? Yeah, I think it was when the David boot happened is when I dropped him because like he got like no credit for saving himself. So yeah, I think that was a big thing for me. Which also like Aubrey getting like no credit for taking Genevieve out. Yeah, again, like it's not good. Anyway, what are the changes here? Rizzo dropped. Rizzo, my man. Rick went up. Actually, yeah, a decent amount of changes this week. Aubrey went up a bit. Sri stayed the same. Emily went up 1 spot. Joe stayed the same, which technically means he went down 1. Jonathan went down. Ozzy stayed the same. Rick went up 2 spots. Rizzo went down 3 spots, and then Tiffany stayed the same. Again, yeah, she went up, but like she had to. So there we go. That's the power ranking for episode 10. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we probably will do 1 batch of the player ranking as well. Because I need to get this done at some point. Yeah, what a shit 800th video. That is true. That is technically the 800th video. Actually, wait. Let me see something real quick. That's not what I meant to do. This. I want to see schedule wise. How can I make the Rumo video the official 800th video? I'm trying to see if I can, because that's including members only videos. The 800 video count. Fuck. I don't think I can. God damn it. Oh wait, wrong thing. This. Yeah, so, like, this... Like, that power ranking will end up being 798. This will be 799. Wait, 788, 799. Yeah, so 800 will still be episode 10 power... Or episode 11 power ranking. Unless I release... Yeah, unless I release the part 1 of the Rumo video on, like, Wednesday, which I don't really want to do. I was actually thinking about this. I think I'm gonna release them Tuesdays. If I need to figure out the schedule of this, of like how exactly the parts are coming out. I'm thinking of Saturday, Tuesday instead of Saturday, Wednesday, especially because I have the Thursday power rankings, and then also I don't think it's good to be releasing like this big of a video on the day that a Survivor episode comes out. So I think Tuesday's probably a better day. I could delay it till Monday. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Depends. I was thinking, I don't know, I was debating on like what I need to figure out the schedule. I just need to figure out the scheduling of when each part's gonna come out. So the intention is for the part that includes the cast reveal, which I don't know if that's part 5 or part 6 at this point. But the part that has cast reveal will be released on the date of the 1-year anniversary of the cast reveal, which might mean that the final part would come out on the 30th. Then I need to figure out the timeline of this. Keep what shit video at the end. I have a clip for the end. Well, I have multiple clips for the end, but yeah, what a shit video is possible. What do I have towards the end here? Oh, I have Julia Sokol out. This is a clip that's going to be used towards the end. Is this?
I don't know how to end this. I'm really sorry. I'm really awkward.
That's literally the end of her video, by the way. That actually is the end. Like, it's a, like, 3-minute video of her talking about, like, her, like, experience with Survivor 50, and then, like, it ends... okay, play. Right,
I don't know how to end this.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry. I'm really awkward.
What is this clip?
Thankfully, this is gonna be over.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna... Dude, I love Rocky saying fuck. Like, this is literally, like, one of my favorite clips. Like, this is, like, one of my favorite, like, inside jokes in the video now. I don't know, inside joke's the right term. Anyway, like, whenever I say Rocky, I play this. Just the way he says it. Also, I need to get this worked in somehow.
Chaos exists. I knew it. I told you. Where did this desperate urge to eradicate chaos come from?
Dude, fuck me. My mind's broken. Yeah, Strangers of Paradise is used here and there in the Rumo video somehow. It was on, he was being interviewed for, it was some reality, like, talk show way back. I believe this is an exit interview. But, yeah, I don't even know what it was it like some online show? I generally don't know what it actually was. I did not contact Victoria. When's the Rumo going to be finished? I think it'll be up for members I think it will start to be up for members by this time next week for sure. I don't know if all 6 parts will be out, but at least like the beginning of it will be out by this time next week. I think I'll finish the proper editing of this like by next stream. And obviously I've said this a billion times, so like who knows. I generally mean this though, which I probably also said a billion times, that I will be done with the proper, like the normal editing of it by next stream. I got about 13 minutes left to edit. And obviously now I have to add in the Ian thing, and I need to do the in-person like intro and outro. But like that's not gonna be that much. But yeah, I would actually feel pretty good about potentially being done with the raw, whatever. The initial edit by the end of Friday. And after that, it's about like rewatching it and making sure it's consistent. Like I have a list of like things to check on the rewatch. Where is it? This. I do need to, actually I need to redo the thumbnail, but obviously that won't take that long. And I need to make the thumbnails for the parts also. I do need to organize like my sources and everything. But again, I'll get to it when I do the rewatch. Also, I'll also make a clip compilation, but that'll be after. So I think, okay, this is what I'm planning on doing once I finish the video. So yeah, obviously finish the video, get it uploaded on YouTube, whatever, after all that's done. As I mentioned before, I will still make a clip compilation for members because generally I just want to. I just think it'll be fun. I think while making the clip compilation, I think I might also make the edited cut that I was talking about. Where I mentioned this before, that I want to make a shortened down version of this video because, like, obviously, does this video need to be 8 hours long? No, it fucking doesn't. But again, I want it to be this long. But it doesn't need to be this long. Like if I kind of want to make a cut of it that is like the bare bones of like the actual necessary information. To where I think I'm going to just make that when I do the clip compilation because I'll be running through the video anyway. So essentially I'm going to have to rewatch it again. When doing it. But yeah, like I think it's like I just want to see what the actual like how much of this is actually important shit because like generally it's probably gonna be like 4 hours. It like probably it'll be cut in half. 8 hours is too short for a remote video, obviously. Yeah, video need to be 24 hours, obviously. Again, this is just not enough. Yeah, like I definitely needed to talk more about Sammy being called or not called for Survivor 50. That's clearly a thing I needed to do. I definitely need to. This is so pointless. This is literally here just for the joke of like talking about Rome spoiling Survivor 47 again. I do know. Oh yeah, that's also a thing for that'll be for the 50 review and spoiler video. Is Aubrey's a psycho? 8-hour Rome video I can listen to for 2 weeks. Yeah, I assume it'll take a while. Generally, like a lot of these segments towards the end are just like to bring up like clips that haven't been used in a very long. Okay, yeah, obviously a Leslie Nice reference. Like to be like kind of full circle because the video starts with Rome spoiling Survivor 47, and like by here, I talk about him spoiling Survivor 47 again. Yeah, is there anything else here I wanted to talk about? Is this where I put the chaos thing? Yeah, okay, yeah. This is so stupid. Like this is something that makes me laugh. I know, like this is probably not funny for like almost anybody, but this is something that makes me laugh. Is this grasp of how exactly the cast came together and kind of have an idea of why exactly it was such a mess at the time.
Chaos doesn't exist.
But it's so stupid. Dude, I just love that. Like I somehow use Strangers of Paradise footage in my rumor mill video. Like that somehow in a video about the Survivor 50 casting rumor mill there is footage from Strangers of Paradise. Oh my god, I can use the chaos again for the review because of the auction. Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. The auction thing about I found it funny how like it felt like just kind of a excuse to have the Mr. Beast thing of it all. The like what was the debate they were talking about? Chaos or comfort, right? Because like that was the only one that was like truly actually a debate. I guess like the like obviously you had the eating the gross food and all that sort of stuff, but like that wasn't that bad. Like chaos is just people. Yeah. Thankfully there was no like losing votes or anything like that. Thanks for 39's a missed opportunity. Yeah. But we kind of knew that was going to be a thing. But yeah, it would have been cool if they were able to do like a 40th, like a anniversary 40th season on an actual anniversary. It's the best episode of the season. It's up there. It might be. Yeah, generally I think it might be. Sport Talk's still in a little bit. I think we'll do the player ranking. We'll do this batch of the player ranking, and then we'll do spoiler talk. Where's Steph post? Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I guess we'll talk about Steph. I don't think much changes for Steph. I think this is pretty much what I expected. Where is Steph on here though? She's already here. There. Her versus Danielle De Lorenzo. That's kind of a tough one, actually. Is this good enough? I would lean... Like, the thing is, like, we have more of Steph. Like, generally, they're both, like, not particularly good players. Like, generally, I don't think she moves up. I think, like, really, it's just, like, is she better than Daniel Lorenzo? And that's kind of it. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Like, I don't think she's moving up into, like, this sort of tier. I don't even think she's changing color. I think I'm leaving her light blue. I think it's more so just, like, a debate. Like, obviously, we'll get to it eventually, like, when we mix the tier, like, like, other players from this tier eventually. But, like, as in, like, the tier she's in currently, I think she stays in this tier. It's just more so, like, did this, like, do good, like, enough to put her above Daniel De Lorenzo? And yeah, I don't feel like it did. I generally don't feel like I got much from Steph on this appearance. I don't feel like there was much new here. Again, it's just like we saw her get a pretty mid run. Like she hadn't really had that before. I mean, like obviously, like Palau was kind of that, but she did survive to the end of her group. She gets final two. Like those are both like she's not a good player, but like you could argue a lot of positives with those games. And then you obviously have Heroes of Villains where it's bad, but like, yeah, I think this is like just a very like net neutral appearance. And for me, it wasn't really. I kind of like. I feel like either way, she was around this level. So I was seeing if like could Stephanie impress me on this appearance, and it's like not really. She's kind of the same. So I kind of just feel like she stays the same. Again, like obviously we could argue this a bit more like later, but like yeah, for now I don't feel confident enough to move her up. So yeah, I'll just leave her there. She's a mid-merge boot most times she plays, probably. That's fair. And the thing is, like, she's not even likable enough to where, like, if she gets to the end, she wins either. So that's a bit of an issue. All right. We'll start with this. We got 18 through 20. No, 22. Okay, this includes 22. How many players are in this one? 72. Okay, that's quite a bit. I think that's like, yeah, same as that one. Whatever. Again, like purple tier, we'll just put them here for now. I don't even think we're gonna like. There's not much of a point arguing them for now. It's like the people that are in the obviously except for Aubrey. We'll talk about Aubrey when we get there, I guess. But every other purple tier, I felt confident enough to put at the very top of the list of their respective lists. I think once we get to like the tier below purple tier is probably where we'll start to debate purple tier players. But I think for now, I feel confident enough to where like they're not going to be lower than like this kind of grouping. So it's like we'll just like auto put them at the top for now. Why is Double D not top 5? I don't even know if there's one. Fishback, I think he's Rob Cesternino level, probably. Maybe a tad better, to be fair. I forgot, where did I have... I did have Steven better than Rob, right? As a player? Because I do think that's the case. I could not tell you what list is what. Not that one. This one? Yes. I had Steven one spot above Rob. Yeah, I'll leave him in this tier. I don't know, though, because, like, should Danny and Vesepia be lower? Because I actually feel like my gut tells me Rob C and Fairplay and Steven are better. Oh, maybe I do put him with Aris. Because I do have Aris just, like, kind of, like, dangling there. Or maybe it is, like... Maybe, like, Danny and Vesepia are here. And then, like, Rob C, Fairplay, Steven are here. Or maybe I... Okay, or maybe I just move Danny down. Just, like, have... I don't know. Vesepia's always, like, a tough one to rank. Ours is too high. Maybe. I think he's still in this, like... He's in this range. It's like he could definitely be, like, here or here. I mean, like, obviously, I feel like Ozzy's moving up after this season. Actually, is he? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he probably is. Yeah, he probably is. See, well, like, okay, I don't know. Like, I think to me, it kind of feels like if ours is lower, I feel like all three of these feel lower to me. Because in that world, it kind of feels like it's like these, like, kind of mid winners are kind of, like, should be kind of clumped together, is what kind of my, like, that's where my mind's kind of going. Where, like, these are all, like, multi-time players that are, like, pretty, like, decent for the most part, like, at least, like, fairly consistent. And I guess, like, Aris is someone, though, that, like, I think Aris will make it deep most times he plays. Like, he played very sloppily on Panama, for sure. But... Yeah, it's like Vesepia, I think it's like, the thing about Vesepia is I think, like, her game is not particularly great, but I think she is like, for the time, I think she is like, a pretty good, like, strategic, I don't know, like, I think the way that she approaches the game is very interesting, based on, like, when she played the game. Where I think she had some pretty good ideas about things. Which is kind of why I do feel like I have her above, like, Amber and Jenna. But, like, maybe it's, like, maybe it should be, like, switched here. Like, obviously, at the end of the day, it's like, we're going to debate this again later anyway, but... Where did I have Vesepia? Okay, actually, wait. Where did I have Vesepia on my players here? This is before All-Stars, right? Array had... This is pretty inconsistent, isn't it? Like this, but still, it's like... I actually feel like, yeah, maybe that does make sense to have Vesepia below this grouping. People are going to be so pissed, though, that, like, Vesepia is going to be below Rupert. I feel like that's definitely going to be, like, something people, like, would be upset about, but whatever. Well, I'll keep it like this for now, and then, again, we'll obviously still have more to talk about this later. Yeah, it's like that list was from before All Stars. So it's like these players, like in a post All Stars world, we have more information about them and everything. So it's like I think they probably do leapfrog Giuseppe on that spot. But yeah, Rupert has way more win equity in every season he's in. That's probably fair. I don't know if Rupert would in a modern game, but yeah, obviously in like if we're talking about like if he played like over and over again, like how much win equity did he have? I don't know, but like in the seasons he did play, he did have a decent chunk of win equity in each of them. Russell. I feel like Russell and Coach are together. The question is, where are Russell and Coach? Because I'm not sure. Above or below this grouping, I think, is the first debate. Now I'm looking at it. Is Hatch too low? Or maybe not. Maybe Hatch is fine. I don't know. It's like part of me is like kind of Hatch level. I actually don't even like. Where do I stand on Coach versus Colby now? I actually don't even know. What's better than Amber? Maybe? I don't know. Like, I think with Russell, it's like one of these things where like he plays the same game every time. We saw it work for him twice. In a spot where they didn't know who he was coming into it both times, which is like actually kind of impressive in its own. Like obviously a lot of people discredit Here's Villains because like no one knew who he was. But like in a way, that's also like a major credit to him in the fact that he was essentially able to do the same thing 2 times in a row. Like with people not knowing who he is. Like that's kind of a credit to him in a player ranking actually. But yeah, like obviously in terms of like win equity, he's not great. I think my gut comes back to like I think he is just Hatch level. But like maybe this is okay. I think this is now a debate of like should Hatch be higher though? Because I think Natalie White is like here, right? Like she's either in the Vesepia tier or she's in the Jenna Amber tier. I might go here. You know what? Actually, I think I don't know. Actually, ours. I was gonna move ours down here. You know, actually, I am gonna move ours down here. I think that's fine. Actually, I think ours and Jenna as players are not that dissimilar. I have links to watch the older seasons of Quebec to where I think you can watch the new one from there. But I don't know, are they're posted right? Some of the episodes. Yeah, I haven't watched any of them yet though. But yeah, I'm sure someone else has them. The Romans say 50. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We didn't talk about that. Yeah. Yeah. It seems like not this is that relevant, but yeah, 51 seemingly tribes are purple and yellow, which is different. Is that something? I think it's like what first time since Samoa. That's cool. I've watched more Laced Up Lauren. Yeah, I've watched. So she finished 27, which, yeah, it's good. I think the last couple episodes are better than I remembered. Then Star 28, which is just very blah so far. But I've only watched a couple, like the first 2 episodes of it. Yeah, it's 26 days. Um, let's see. What was I doing here again? Yeah, I think these three tied together makes sense. I think these three tied together makes sense. Okay, let me look at something again. What did I think I had Amber below Hatch, right? On my ranking of them as players? The winners as players? Even though, like, I don't agree with that list anymore. Considering how long ago I made it. Where is it? Oh, I didn't realize there's more over here. It is this one, right? But yeah, I had Amber, like, second to last or something, didn't I? Okay, can the fucking keyboard work? There we go. I forgot I had Natalie White this low. That's actually kind of insane. Yeah, I had Hatch here. I had Ars here. Vesepia above, though. Like, I think my gut is, like, telling me this, probably. I don't know. I'm still debating it. Or maybe, I don't know, Hatch, that feels too high. I don't know. It feels like too low for Russell, but too high for Hatch. But I also feel like they should be close to each other. I don't know. We'll do it for now. I think we'll leave it here for now. I think the, like, Natalie White Russell debate is, like, kind of interesting. Because, like, Natalie, I think, is more aware of the game she played than Russell. But obviously we have more. Like, I think if we were just taking it from Samoa alone, I would think Natalie White is a better player than Russell, but Russell has Here's Villains and I guess just Here's Villains, but, like, still, it's like, I don't know. I'll rank each celebrity twist. As a twist? Or how it played out on the show. Played out on the show, Mr. Beast is number 1. As a twist, probably the worst is this one. All of them are not that. Actually, really, all of them are shit, aren't they? In terms of how they played out in the show, outside of this one. It's like the Billie Eilish idol just screwed over Genevieve. The Jimmy Fallon of it all just, like, gave Christian no chance. And then Zach Brown existed. The Russell get called again after 22. There's rumblings that he got called for 40. As in, he claims he got called for 40, which, like, I don't know, maybe. I don't think he would have been on 40, even if he said, like, even if they went through with it, but maybe he got called. All right, let's move on. I think Andrea is fine in this tier here. I think she fits in with, like, Danny DeLorenzo, Stephanie. I think she kind of, yeah, she's fine there. Okay, after that, we'll probably debate some of these. Let's move down here. Chase Rice and Sash. Yeah, not super confident where they go. I think Brenda, like, my gut is Brenda is here. With, like, Candace Cody. I think that kind of makes sense. Andrea above Coach. I think the thing saving Coach is I made it to the, like, I think South Pacific saves Coach here. I think if it wasn't for South Pacific, yeah. I think South Pacific saves him to be, like, still in this, like, kind of grouping. If it wasn't for South Pacific, he's probably, like, here or so. Like, possibly even, like, here. I think the fact that he had, like, a season where he ran the entire season. The thing is, like, Andrew can't get to the end, though. Like Andrea, like there's never like there hasn't been a season where like she even came close to getting to the end. Like Redemption Island, like she was at the bottom of her alliance, even had to come back from Redemption, and then still was like voted out right away. Like Karamoan, she was looked at as too big of a threat, didn't even have like a number one like ally that was willing to take her to the end. Game Changers, her own alliance turned on her. It's like she just never really had a path to the end. It's like if anything, actually, it's like I don't know, like really, it's like she could be lower than this, but like I don't know, I feel like she's there. Coach didn't have no win equity. Again, like he could have won theoretically. Would Coach have actually done the things to cause him to win? Like at Final Tribal? Probably not. But like they were at least like willing to give him a chance. Let's see. And again, it's not even like I think the thing about Andrea is like if she at least got to like Final Four or something, I think it would be like okay. Like she was like 1 round away from getting to the end. She doesn't even get that. Like she had to have fucking Redemption Island to get 2 rounds away from the end. Like she's like she doesn't get close to the end. Is like the issue for me. Towards and also it's like even the time that she got close to the end, she couldn't even fucking win. Like she was never winning Redemption Island. Karamoan, she could have theoretically won. It's not even like a guarantee, but like she probably could win. It depends on who she's up against, but then like Game Changer she probably does win, likely. It's like with the game that Sarah played by the end, maybe Sarah would beat her still. And like Suri probably beats her either way, but like yeah, Andrea probably beats most other people in Game Changers. But again, she was voted out final 8, so does it really fucking matter that much? Again, like I feel fine with her being there. Sash and Chase, I am a bit unsure what to do with them. I think there's an argument they could be here with like Ian and Rafe. I think there's an argument they could be here with like Scoopin and Jervis. I think there's an argument they could be their own tier as well. Aubrey versus Andrea or Andrea? Like that's not. I don't think that's close. Yeah, okay, let me think this through. I kind of feel like they're their own tier. But I don't know where that tier is, though. It's like somewhere in this range. Maybe. Actually, to be fair, I think Sash being here is fine. I actually feel like Sash being with like Rafe kind of makes sense to me, actually. Chase is one that I think is like somewhere in this range. Yeah, probably above the Scoopin, Jervis, Kelly. You know, fuck it, I'll put him here. I think that's fine. Actually, I don't know. Maybe here. Like, I think Chase's one appearance is better than, like, any of the appearances from these people. But actually, too fair, that's the same thing with this, though. Yeah, actually, no, I'll put Chase back here. I think that's fine. Ashley Underwood, I think, is interesting. Because... yeah, I'm not sure where exactly to do with her. She's someone that, like, played a very intentional game. If she had gotten to the end, she could have won. Like obviously Rob having like an idol at 5 and Rob winning immunity, like that kind of like fuck things up for her. Brenda should be higher. I was actually debating should Brenda be lower. Like I was actually thinking is Brenda too high? I am kind of thinking maybe like Ashley's here though. Like I think her with like Sean Rector, like Alexis Natalie, I think that kind of makes sense to me. She worse than Yao Man. Yao Man in Fiji I think is better than Brenda has ever been. And considering like he was screwed in Micronesian to begin with, he didn't really have much of a chance there. It's like I don't know. It's like Brenda, like Karamoan, like sucks, and then like I don't know, it's like sucks, but then like somehow makes it like towards the end, like kind of had a group by that point, but like most of her game on that season sucks. Nicaragua, it's like she plays like well-ish at the beginning, but like even then it was like never like the best position to run the table. Like she's theoretically more consistent, but it's like we never really saw Yao Man like be taken out because he's like a physical liability or anything like that. I'm debating her and Amy actually though. I think that's actually one that I think I can like get a little bit more. And I kind of feel like their appearances are like it's like I think it's like a similar. Actually, that's kind of it. I never actually thought about that. When we're talking about like Brenda versus Amy, they have like similar trajectories survivor wise, but like opposite placements. Where like they both play like pretty dominant first games, like very like aggressive dominant games the first time around. Yet Amy gets 6, Brenda gets 10th. Like Brenda's like an earlier-ish boot. Amy makes it towards the end game. Second time around, they both come back and play like way more passive games. Like they're not playing nearly as hard as they did the first time around. But like Amy ends up being like an earlier boot while playing that way. Yeah, Brenda makes it deeper while playing that way. Yeah, so when thinking about it, I actually can see a comparison there. Now I'm debating these other people. Because I feel like is that just an argument that these should be all, well, I guess not all, but like I'm thinking like should Eliza maybe go down? And like should Brenda could Brenda go up here into this tier, like be around where Amy is? I think Corinne might also be in that conversation. Candace is one that I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of Candace's games. Like, there's not much to say about Blood vs. Water, obviously. Yeah, I kind of feel like she's below Corinne. I kind of feel like leaving it like this for now. Like Eliza and Candace still here. I think Brenda being with Amy kind of makes sense to me. I think Corinne also being in the Amy Brenda like grouping also makes sense to me. I think Eliza and Candace being kind of like more like not as well liked players. I mean, Candace is more consistent though, to be fair. Like, I mean, Eliza, like, I mean, I guess they both made merge both their times, but like Candace is someone that I think like probably makes it like to the merge most times she plays. Eliza is someone that I think like gets on people's nerves just inherently to where she probably doesn't. There's not much of an actual like direct comparison, but I think more so just in terms of like overall quality of game. I think Corinne is someone that is able to find herself in majority groups in the initial part of the game, at least, and she is like a fairly like aggressive player. It's like we do see her in Karamoan, like she's really like leading the charge and trying to get like the fans together for Malcolm. And then like in Gabon, it's like once she's on the bottom, like after like Charlie and Randy go, like she's like doing a lot of good work with like pulling over Kenny. Um, so I do think Corinne is probably an underrated player in the grand scheme of things. So we'll leave it like that for now. Brett Closer. I think Brett's here. I think he's with Ashley. They're kind of all just, yeah, in this kind of tier of like competent one-time players, play decent-ish games, probably consistent, but we don't have like the most amount of information about them. Mike Cheezel is an interesting one. Mike Cheezel. I kind of see a lot of places he can be is kind of the issue. Brett was shit strategically. I don't know, was he? I just don't think he was active enough strategically. Like, I think he just like followed what other people were doing, but he was still like a really well liked person. He was pretty well positioned within his group. And even when, like, again, like, I think Samoa played out, like, the worst possible way for him. And even then, he was able to, like, win out, like, near the end game. It's about where he would have won unanimously if he got into the end. So it's like, considering, like, this was, like, the worst case scenario for his game, and he still almost won, it's like, I feel like it's still pretty good. Yeah, I think, like, I could see him being here. I could also see him being, like, here. I could also see him being here. Like, I think Mike Cheezel's, like, a very, like, competent player. Like he was like running his OG group. I think he like obviously wanted to play like an armbound game, but I think he was willing to like make moves if necessary. He was able to get like Ralph to play an idol on him, despite him like blindsiding Ralph a couple rounds before that. Again, if Zapatero came to emerge with numbers, I do think Mike would have been in a very good spot to win the game. But again, I do feel like there is like a lot of comparisons with like this grouping though, which is kind of a. I think this is one where like. I think just gut wise, I go this. Is there actual proof that this is the case? Not really. Like I think like based on like actual resume, he probably should be closer to here. But I think I have faith in Mike Cheezel. Again, obviously the thing that everyone needs to hear in my when I rank every player is how good Mike Cheezel is at Survivor. Yeah, it's like I think he's like very Greg Carey-esque as a player. Yeah, Fabio. Fuck. What did I do with Fabio? He's probably here. Probably. Yeah, Chris will rank a man higher for no reason. That is true. Part of me wants to put him with Bob Crowley. But, like, he's still, like, an affable guy. He's still good in challenges. It's like, I don't know, like him versus Bobby John. I think they're, like, kind of similar. But, yeah, he definitely is one of the worst winners, obviously. But, like, he still is, like, he's not, like, a dumb guy. Like, survive. Like, at least he's, like, aware of, like, how, like, I don't know how successful he is at it, but, like, at least he's aware that he needs to be, like, managing his threat level. It's like, yeah, I could see that too. It's like, I think he's, like, somewhere in this range. I think I'll keep him here. I think my gut tells me to keep him there for now. Holly Hoffman. I think she feels like she's here. not really for the same reasons though. It's kind of an issue. Which while we're at it, like looking at like what's to come, I feel like Dave Ball feels like he's here. With like Alex Angarita, like that kind of grouping. So that means that these players are likely, like, or at least should likely fall into this like kind of grouping. Theoretically. Is Holly here? So, okay, these are like players that played like dominant games at a point, but eventually got flipped on. Holly's like kind of the opposite, where Holly like started off bad, but then eventually started to like be in a dominant position, but even then didn't quite get to the end. And even if she did, it's like debatable if she would have won. I mean, I guess there actually is like kind of an argument that like, is she even that different from like a Nalia type? I think she starts off worse than Nalia. But like tier wise, it's probably not like a major difference. Oh, she got screwed by the double quit. Like she wasn't particularly close to Purple Kelly, and then like Nyanka is someone that like I don't know if Nyanka was like I don't know if Nyanka's a help to her game necessarily. I guess like it helps her win a jury vote. But like also it's like those two going like led to her like securing a final 3 alliance. So it's like I don't know. Yeah, I think I'll leave Holly here. I think this is a fine spot for her. Aaron Lobdale. Here, maybe. It's weird because like these are 2-time players. But for Aaron made it like near the end, which these two, well, at least like made it to the final 3. Which like these 2 players got taken out before that. So it's like I kind of feel like she's in this like ballpark. Wasn't loved by her cast. But definitely had some like good instincts at points. Like I don't know, like got Steven to want to take her to the end at a point. I feel like this is fine. This feels fine to me. Jason. He's probably here, I think. Like, this is kind of weird because, like, this is kind of a grouping of players that were screwed, and Jason's not necessarily that. But Jason is someone that, like, I feel like Jason would do better on a season that isn't Samoa. Like, I think considering how terrible the conditions were on Samoa, I think it was a spot where, like, Jason was just never going to succeed. Like, with just, like, how horrible it was, like, raining every day, and, I don't know, I just feel like, if you put him on, like, Blood versus Water or something, it's like, I feel like Jason does better on that season, and I think he's, like, a pretty competent player. He still made it to Final 5, even in the spot where he's taken out, he's only taken out, like, more so because they felt like they needed Mick for challenges than, like, them actually wanting Jason out. Then again, it's not like Jason could win the game, and that's still an issue, but, I think I'm willing to put him here. I think he has enough, like, game ability. Taj. Yeah, Taj, I don't know what to do with Taj. I don't feel like she fits into any of these, I don't think. Like, theoretically, like, based on the list so far, she should be around here, like, somewhere in this range. Taj... Then again, it feels weird to have Taj below Tracy Hughes Wolf, though. Yeah, it's like, I think Taj is, like, in general, probably an overrated player. How long to explore is probably, like, I would say, like, probably 45-ish minutes. Like, generally, it's, like, whenever I finish this. Whenever I finish, like, Frankie Kelly's play, which is still a lot. But, like, I would guess, like, somewhere around 45 minutes. Yeah, what was the... I'm going for mates a Kristen for Danny that she may lose to Brandon. Is it? I don't know. Is that Kristen for me? Like, not when I take that seriously. Actually, is that Kristen I brought up? I don't know. You remember like ever bring it? Like, is that a thing? Like I mean, like I think it's like her against Brand. It's like, does Brandon win? Maybe. I don't even know if that is the case. Taj is the worst version of Scout. Maybe. Think about it through. Maybe. Yeah, maybe did I have her too high then? Because I can see her being in like this range. I think she was more well liked. Like I think it's like this probably feels better to me. Like I feel like she is above Scout and Twyla in that sort of grouping. Mainly because she's just more affable. People like her more. Oh yeah, Bob's here. Yeah. Yeah, I would say she's better than Bob. I think she's a more active player than Bob, especially like her trying to create the Exile Alliance and everything. But to her, that's maybe a thing of like, should Bob be lower? Because actually, I could see Bob being here. Actually, wait, why wasn't Bob there to begin with? I actually think it makes sense to have Bob there. Because like, I think it makes sense to have him like right above like the Suhawk Twyla like kind of grouping actually, like the like Power Goat sort of tier. That's not exactly what Suhawk is, but again, like whatever. I can see Taj there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Debbie. Debbie also here? I don't know. I don't know what to do, Debbie. Debbie's kind of a weird one. Just go to the bottom. Maybe we'll see if the bottom's easier at this point. Alright, what do we got for the bottom? Carolina, I think she's bottom tier. I think that's kind of easy. Yasmin. Team bottom. Yeah, team bottom over here. So Shannon Elkins, I think, is in this grouping here. Yasmin, I don't know. What is Yasmin? Like, she didn't really have any sort of alliance. The men did want to keep her around at a point. I think she's probably here. I think she's probably like Jillian, Billy Garcia sort of level. Candace Smith. She's probably also in this tier with like Shannon Elkins. Actually, debatable. She's either here or here. I would say she's here. I would say she's with Shannon Elkins. I think the different, like, because I was thinking, like, is she that different from someone like a Jolanda? But I think Jolanda at least had, like, more people wanting to keep her around than Candace, who really only had, like, Aaron. Yeah, but I think Shannon's just actually a worse player, though. Marisa, I don't know why is that her name like that. I think she's, yeah, I'll put her here. I think that's fine. I think you could argue she's here, but I think I'll put her like Jolanda level. Wendy Joe. Okay, cool. Didn't mean to do that. Is Wendy Joe too high at this point? I generally don't know. I think Wendy Joe should probably be closer to here, probably, with like the Jillian. Like, is Wendy Joe and Jillian really that different? Maurice is weird because like she had a few people wanting to keep her around by the time she left. She also at least had like the right idea of who, like she had a right read on the power structure of the tribe. The problem is that the way that she approached handling that was terrible. Wendy tries more. Does she? Does Wendy try more? I don't know if that's the case. I think literally the thing about Wendy is that she wasn't trying. Like, she was actively not trying, but like her little thing is literally not trying. Yeah, I kind of feel like she's here. I think I'm gonna go back to having her lower. I feel better about that personally. Sandy. Super Sandy should also probably be that low. Sandy at least survived a tribal. But I guess too fair so Jillian. I think the debate is she here or she here. I think I'll actually give her here. Like, Sylvia's here. I think she's probably Sylvia level. The first bits of any other seasons? Maybe, probably. But the thing is, like, people at least like Sandy. Like, I don't think people had, like animosity towards Sandy. Like, she didn't really fit in. But it's not like people, like, actively, like, disliked her. Where, like, Jillian is someone that, like, people, like, actively disliked. Saying Maurice's name with the accent makes her a better player, obviously. Yeah, she's like mildly annoying, but not to the point where, like, that's not really why people wanted to vote her out, though. Which I guess, to be fair, is like similar to Wendy Jo until Wendy Jo blew up at Tribal. Okay, cool. I can see a lot of Jillian Sandy comparisons, though, is kind of the issue. Like, obviously, yeah, the difference is that, like, I think Sandy's better than Jillian, but, like, is it enough to be, like, this far apart, though? It doesn't really feel like it, so... Yeah, I'll put her here, but I think she's probably going to be towards the top of her sub-tier for whatever that's worth. Which, actually, maybe... Should Sylvia be lower? I mean, Sylvia survived one tribal. I guess with Sylvia, it was more so like a physical liability thing, too. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I'll put her there. Like, she was on a pretty bad tribe and everything, too. Whatever. Betsy. I think I'll put her here. I think. With Dolly, Nicole Delma, Peter Hark. Yeah, I think all players that had, like, a level potential, but kind of fucked it up for themselves also. Jimmy Johnson and Mike Barassi. Yeah, there were talks about keeping Sandy over Sydney. Because they were worried about, like, the Sydney Joe Spencer group. Actually, I don't remember. Yeah, were there even talks about keeping Jillian around? Not really, right? Actually, no, fuck it. Yeah, I think that alone just convinced me, actually, to put her back here. To me, it's good enough. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson. Like, if Jimmy Johnson didn't want to quit, he's probably, like, here. Actually, you know, fuck it. I think I'm going to put him with Kathy Sleckman. Again, what a comparison. I did enter that Survivor giveaway. I was like, why not? No, we're not spoilers yet. No, I'm pretty sure, wasn't it that they wanted Sydney out first before Spencer, and they changed it to Spencer when, like, Spencer obviously goes before Sydney, but I believe they want Sydney out during the Sandy boot round. Kwarma's so miserable in RDR2. I don't know, I'm kind of mixed on it. I kind of, it's definitely, yeah, it's not great, but I also kind of get it. James better than Kathy? Probably. I think Jimmy, it's like the tough thing of just like, he's just going to quit every time he plays, but also he did have like a decent amount of influence in his group. If he didn't want to quit, he probably could have tried to do something. I don't know. I don't know how much credit to give him for that, though. Mike Barassi, see, my gut is to put him here. This feels too high, though. I think. But the thing is, like, we never actually see the end of Mike Barassi's game, so who the fuck knows? Yeah, that I think a lot of his control is just that because he was Jimmy Johnson. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like he was always like he was not in a particularly good position for the long term. And like I don't actually have faith in him as a player. Maybe I put him here. Like keep him with the Kathy Sluckman, whatever group. Like a group of people that like can't actually play the game. Okay, yep, that's what I meant to do. What? Wait, what's wrong here? Oh, wait, no, there's another tier below that. I'm dumb. That's why. Pfft. Yeah, I forgot about that. Anyway. Kelly Bruno. I think she might be here. Like, I feel like she feels very, like, Michelle-coded. See, Jimmy didn't want to quit and decided to run a Redemption Island boss rough style cult. Doesn't that make him the greatest of all time? Yes. I think Jimmy like is still a likable guy, and he talks like I don't know. He's like, I guess like there's kind of like a Paul Wachter sort of like vibe to him, but I think he's the type of guy that like I think he can gain like some like like I think he'll always have some allies every time he plays. I think he's like a guy that some people would want to follow even if he wasn't Jimmy Johnson, but like obviously like especially like considering his age and all that, it's like he probably isn't like that long for the game. Yeah, I feel like Kelly Bruno's here. I think she's with this grouping. Like she's actually not that good, obviously, and like maybe like there's a world where like this grouping should be lower. But yeah, I think Kelly Bruno should be in that group. Ben Browning. Wait, Ben Browning should be like here, right? Okay, Mike Barassi's getting way too high though. Like, yeah, that's kind of an issue. Mike Barassi's not this high. I don't know. Maybe I moved this grouping down. I think the reason I had him so high is because I was like, is Kathy Sleckman really a worse player than Mary? Let's see. Control 2 votes. Yeah, kind of. Like, who would I compare him to? These, I guess, like what would you like? You would say like he's like here then. He's like Joel Klug level. Like, I just think he's like an actively worse player though. Like, he's someone that like people just actively don't want to be around. Maybe here, like maybe there, but like even that's still like kind of similar like caliber. Like him with like JP maybe that's like better. Where's Joel? I'm Joel all the way up. I'm not fucking putting him right. Yeah, again, there's no way I'm putting Ben Browning up there. Especially because, like, again, like, it's a spot where, like, Joel was actually, like, the center of his alliance. Ben Browning was, like, a tag along with Ross. Like, he was, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't think Ben Browning was ever, like, as well positioned as Joel was on his original tribe. I'll keep Ben Browning here, by the way. Jimmy T. Jimmy T. Again, Mike Barassi being the high is bothering me, though. I mean, he did get voted out, though. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'll put him there. Jimmy T. Fuck do I do with Jimmy T? Like, I legitimately cannot tell you where I put Jimmy T. Like, my gut is kind of telling me, like, here. But, like, that's obviously putting him below, like, two people I had him above beforehand. And it's like, he actually, like, he does get Jimmy Johnson out. For what that's worth. Like, maybe he's a new tier? Because I don't think he's here. I have Chet above Dan Liu. Not that I probably is fine, but like I just never thought about that. Yeah, I'm thinking new tier for Jimmy T. I think he'll be like actually fuck, who was I thinking of? There's a player I was thinking of that would be like similar. To a degree, Paul Walker, but not exactly that. I don't know. Whatever. Because the thing is, like, I don't think Jimmy T's actually that good of a player. Well, he survived a couple tribals. Was, like, really pushing for Jimmy Johnson for what that's worth. Krista Klump. I think Krista Klump's probably too high here because, like, is there that much of a difference between Krista Klump and Kelly Bruno? Like, shouldn't she just be with this grouping here? I guess she survives over Russell, but, like, is that saying anything? I'm generally trying to remember, like, why did I have her this high to begin with? I don't think she's that good. Like, I generally just feel she's very, like, Michelle kind of coded of, like, just fine. Like a kind of a non-entity. That, like, didn't do anything, like, that actively bad, but was just, like, kind of on the bottom. And there's not really much to, like, really prop her up for. Alina. Okay, I think we're starting to get, like, a tad higher here. I forgot that Philip Shepard was in this grouping. Let's move up to, like, here. Alina. Alina's pretty bad, but I do think on paper she's, like, a capable player. Probably here, though. I think, like, Lisa Kiefer. Yeah, I think she's probably here. I think that's kind of fine. 1 minute. Francesca. Is Francesca here? Actually, I sure is. Wait, that means Alina's below Jason Siska and John Robert. That's kind of an issue. Or are these people just too high? Or is that fair? I don't know. Hey, Alina. I think my my gut's telling me that this grouping might be too high. Or at least, like, some of the people in this grouping. I do think Jason Siska probably should be above Mikey B, at least, though. Is there where Lena's here? Gina Cruz is probably also too high, to be fair. She really was just on the bottom the entire time, though. She just survived. I think she just survived, what, 3 tribals, I think? Like, that's a good amount. Maybe I just put her here. Maybe I just put her with the other... I think I'm like Rogers there. Christina Coria is there. Yeah, no, I'll put her here. The thing is, like, just generally, like, I have more faith in Alina than I do Jean Robert. Like, technically, is Jean Robert's game better? Maybe. But, like, I have more faith in fucking Alina than Jean Robert, though. Yeah, Francesca. Yeah, I think Francesca's probably, like, somewhere in this range. Maybe actually here, actually. I think her and Stacy Stillman actually kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, I think having her, like, in this kind of ballpark makes more sense. Matt Elrod. I think my gut's to put him here. Do I agree with Alina being above him? I think that's fine. Like, generally, again, like, is Matt... again, Lena's game's really bad, but I do have more faith in Alina as a player. Jerry Sims, I think, is here. I think that's fine. Spencer... Okay, looking at some of these people, I feel like some of these people might be too high. They're coming up, but either way. Spencer, I think Spencer probably should be, like, down here-ish, I think. Then again, I feel like Spencer is a better player than Matt Elrod. Is, like, my gut feeling. But, like, also, I do think Spencer probably fits a bit more with, like, the John Kenny kind of grouping here. Yeah, I am kind of thinking maybe Matt is too high. I think in general, maybe this, like, grouping here is too high. Let's see. Like, should Gandia be higher? Maybe like, I don't know. Gandia's not even that good, though, really. Like, I think, like, maybe Gandia should be, like, here. And then, like, this grouping. I'm just double checking if I feel fine with having her. Yeah, I think Gandia being here is actually fine. And I think, like, these players being below, like, this grouping is probably also fine. Can't read Dark Red. I mean, this one's Jason Siska. We could do... Oh, does that help? Let's see. Yeah, I think I will do that. Because, like, I guess Mikey B is a weird one, though, actually. Maybe Mikey B is in this group. Because, like, these are all players that I think, like, there's at least, like, something to give them credit for. While, like, okay, cool. These players here are all, like, kind of social pariah. Like, Matt Orwell, not necessarily that, but, like, Clarence, Sean Robert, Jason Siska, they're all, like, kind of social pariahs. And so, like, some of the worst to make the merge, that sort of thing. So yeah, I think I will do this for now. But yeah, Spencer. I don't think Spencer's that good. But like, also he played when he was so young. Actually, I wonder if I could do that real quick with this. Is there an easy way I can replace find format? I've never done this before. That with automatic and change it to format this with white. Wait, no, not pattern. Wait, no, it's fonts I want to change to white. I want to see if this. I've never done this before in my entire life. Nope, that's not how it works. Can't find anything to replace. Okay, wait. How do you? Or can you do? Oh, choose. Okay, wait. Choose format from cell. Okay. Then let's go here. Then here, choose format from cell. And then do this. There we go. Okay, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it should have changed all of them. All right, Spencer. Yeah, I like Spencer's just someone that like there's not much to really say about him. Is the thing. Like I think maybe there's like an argument that he could be here, like with like Alina. And like I guess like to be fair, I initially had him above, right? Like I guess actually I did. I think the intention was to put him here. Because I actually do feel like him and Dan K maybe is like fine-ish. I do think my intention was to put him here. But like these players were like kind of like not as a swap screwed because Gina wasn't really screwed, but like I think there's like probably more unlucky circumstances with these players than Spencer. But I guess like Spencer playing so young, maybe yeah, I'll give it to him. Again, not bowled out. Gotta give it to her. What I do in the video? Oh, I found this fun. No, this is relevant at all. I found this fun. I did this in the remove video. It's when I talk about On Fire for 49. Where's Jeremy on Fire? It's after this. Somewhere in here? Where's On Fire? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I found this funny. This, which was kind of a random pick, but a fun pick. And again, Jeremy clearly won't cause any controversy here.
Does Parvati winning Survivor Australia, is she now a two-time Survivor winner?
I don't think so. I say she has 1.5 wins. You gotta just give it to her.
No. Yeah. What are we doing? Stephanie Valencia. I think Stephanie feels too high at this point. I obviously like Stephanie Valencia. Stephanie should not be this high. Like, I think at best she's here. Realistically, she probably should be like closer to like here, I think. I think like she showed some gusto towards the end, and I think that's something to maybe give her credit for. Or like I could see the argument that she's like here because of that. I don't think she's this high though. That feels too high. Because ultimately, it's like she is ineffective by the end. She's only able to pull over David Murphy. She like plays herself onto the bottom from the beginning. It's like she's not actually that good, but I think like the potential that there's like maybe I will put her here. Jerry Sims. I mean, Jerry Sims, like people liked him. They didn't want to vote him out. They just felt like they had to because he was sick. Sarita. Fuck, there is Sarita. I'm thinking here probably. Is 70 just my random pre-merch that I stand pretty much. You're so misguided, so rude. Yeah, that's in my Marumo video. I need to fit that. I need to get Sarita White in my Marumo video. Yeah, I think like she's with this kind of grouping of like very flawed pre-mergers, but ones that have like minor good things to mention about them. Like Sarita was at least like in a good group initially. Like maybe you could argue she's like here-ish. Or maybe she's like here. Maybe she's like Ashley Ashby and Mitchell Olsen. Maybe that's better. Because like they were all like in a majority group at a point. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Is Liz Kim getting too high though? I guess is Christina Kell getting too high also? Sydney Wheeler. I'm debating, like, so Sydney is someone that I could see being around where, like, Aaron is here. As a kind of just, like, very affable, like, well-liked person that doesn't do that much wrong. But just, like, goes to enough troubles into pre-merge to where, like, she's eventually taken out. Wasn't particularly, like, aggressive strategic player or anything, but, like, had people like Spencer really liked her. Obviously Joe had an alliance with her. This feels okay. I don't know. I think my gut is telling me here, but I think like consistency wise, it's gonna be a bit fucked in a second. But yeah, I do feel like the Aaron Sydney comparisons are fairly apt. If anything, I think Sydney actually probably has like higher highs than Aaron. But again, then we get to Liz Kim, which like I don't think Liz Kim is this high. Like Liz Kim is like maybe here with like Sarita. Like I'm generally trying to think, like maybe because she survived so much, maybe I could still put her here. Like she does go to a lot of tribals in the pre-merge. Like she does make it to what, top 5 out of her like 10-person group. It's not like she's like that good of a player within that though. But I guess she is like kind of Ibrahim-y though. Like she's probably actually better than Ibrahim. I think I'll put her in this tier. I think I'll probably rework this once we get like I think Ibrahim will probably be below Liz Kim, and then Sydney will probably be like towards the top of this grouping. I think it's probably what's gonna end up being. But yeah, or maybe like this is a spot where like maybe just Ibrahim and Liz and whatever should be lower. But I think for now we'll do that. Especially because it's already fucking 2 o'clock almost. So we should probably speed this up. Christina Kell. Yeah, Christina Kell is getting. This is not. Christina Kell should not be this high. like, maybe you can argue she was, like, screwed. Like, I think that's why I did have her this high, is because, like, she was screwed by being with Boston Rob. But, like, ultimately, it's like, I don't think I could argue this high. I think, like, at best, here. And, like, even then, probably, I think, like, maybe even, like, here. Yeah, I think I'm going to put her here. I think I'm going to put her, like, above Spencer, below Sarita. I think, like, you could argue Sarita because, like, I think Sarita had a better, like, starting position than Christina, who's, like, on the bottom from the very beginning. But actually, I think it's a bit of a debate. But I think, yeah, I'll put her here. Ashley Trainer. I think she's probably in the Liz Kim, like, kind of column here. Like, someone that went to a lot of tribals, probably was, like, a fine player in the grand scheme of things. She's above Francesca, right? Like, Francesca is here. Christina Kell's there. Which, like, it's a decent gap, isn't it? Which, like, I don't know if it should be that big of a gap. Which I guess is more of, like, why I think I initially had Francesca in, like, this level. Or should Christina be down in this level? Because actually, I can see that, too. Christina being of, like, Margaret and, like, Christina Coria. Yeah, that is fair. Francesca did, like, call out Robin Russell from the beginning. Think about it a bit more because, like, also I could see Christina Cow being in this grouping too. Don't remember that low though. Like in this tier, like in these tiers, yeah, I have some people for 50, but not in the final list yet because we haven't gotten to that point yet. But we're close, ish. What was I doing? Christina Cow. Yeah, I think I gave her a lot of points for potential. Like, realistically, I kind of do feel like, genuinely, she probably should be here. Because, like, she's not a particularly effective player. And, like, yeah, she survives 2 tribals before she goes. But, like, even then, it's like, she didn't even, like, know what was going on during the Elrod vote. Even that was, like, really because she had an idol also. She at least was, like, willing to make a move with Francesca to take down Rob, but like at least like these players like were in good positions at a point. I guess like Christina, you could debate that more with, but like Christina Coria. Should Christina Coria actually be lower? Why is Christina Coria this high? Yeah, whatever. I'll keep her there for now. That's fine. Yeah, we'll deal with this later. Then yeah, Ashley Trainer. I think Ashley Trainer is probably in this grouping. Like started a lot of tribals. Didn't do anything like that awful. Just like again, Fofo just kind of sucked. Would the vote split plan even work? No. Likely not. I don't remember actually. What was the exact plan? I think it was just trying to get all the votes onto Christina, right? So she could play the idol. I don't even think they took into account a split vote. Like I think they were just hoping that they wouldn't split it, if I remember right. Yeah, I don't know if Ashley. I think I'm willing to give Sydney above Ashley. I think Sydney had more influence in the game than Ashley did. So I think I'll keep it with that. Shambo. Shambo. I tried to get that in the remote video, but it didn't work well. Trying to get Eric Cardona saying Shambo. And Diverge, like, Shambo does, like, comes up once in the entire video anyway. I see. I think an issue comes from the Shambo should be here. Like, Shambo and Dan Lembo probably should be there. Actually, I guess there's a... I think Shambo being here makes sense. Dan Lembo's, like, more debatable because Dan Lembo at least had, like, win equity. And people like Dan Lembo on the island. But even then, Dan Lembo's not a good player. But yeah, I think Shambo... I think Shambo was a very active player. I guess, like, Lil is there. I guess you could put Shambo in, like, the Lil column to a degree. Lil, though, I think was playing a lot more independently. Especially in that endgame stretch than Shambo was. Where Shambo essentially just, like, gave up the majority to Foa and then just was eventually cut by them. Like, Lil, like, navigated her way all the way to the end. So yeah, I think there's a big difference. I think Shambo, yeah, I think I'm going to put Shambo here, which I don't know if that feels right to have her below Ashley Traynor. And yeah, that's the thing with Dan Lembo. That's fair, is he was benefited by a double quit. Yeah, so I'll leave him here. I think I'll put him in this, like, grouping of not great post-mergers. Cool, this is being fucked. There we go. Liz Kim kind of sticks out here, I feel like, but we'll leave it there for now. Sierra, I think I'll put her here if the, like, Kobe, like, Brandon Quinton, Nick Brown level of, like, not the greatest socially, but, like, made it deep-ish and, like, at least, like, had a group at a point and wasn't, like, the worst player ever or anything. Joe Dowdle. Fuck dude, Joe Dowdle. Genuinely, what do I do with Joe Dowdle? Like here maybe? Like obviously gets medevacs, but he's not like particularly well poised for deep in the game. I think he's like in this ballpark. Maybe he is like I could see him being with like Burton. Or like this is more like swap screwy sort of things. Like Joe's not really in that grouping. I actually think it's gonna be miserable, but also it'll be kind of fun to do the thumbnail. Like even if he didn't get medevac, Brendan goes out there, and then probably Joe goes out next anyway. Or maybe it's like Sierra then Joe. It's like Joe was never like poised for that much of a run on that season. Yeah, I think I'll put him down here. I think I feel fine with that. I think Eric Cardona probably also should be in this group. So yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, cool. I don't know why I keep on trying to do it this way. It's just like I should just like. Where is it? Is this right? Yeah. Then Tyrone and Eve, I think, are in this group. Kind of like more swap screw players, pretty good positions at a point. Jill, I think, is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with Jill. Like, even Tyrone, I think they're, like, kind of tied together. I think they're both, like, yeah, they both kind of fit in this group kind of well. No, Socrates was always going to be a final two. Like, the entire, like, concept behind that season was to do, like, a back to basics sort of season. Yeah, Jill. The problem I have with Jill is that she was like too much of a passenger to Marty. Where like I think on paper, like Jill probably has like the same amount of game ability as Jackie in my mind. But we saw more of Jill. Which like should I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing about it, isn't it? Because like reality is, yeah, I think when we're looking at like Jackie versus Jill, it's like, are they that different of players in the grand scheme of things? Not really. Like if anything, Jill at least like was like Marty's number 2. Jackie was like what, like 3 or 4 in the Onion Alliance. And like even then, like Jill, well, I guess Jill survived trial, but like she had immunity during that trial, so it's not really that impressive. But yeah, I actually feel like I feel okay about this comparison. It actually makes me want to move them down. Like it kind of makes me want to put them like closer to here. Yeah, Jack and Jill. Thank God. Like I think Jackie is like one of the more swap screwed players in the history of the show, but like ultimately it's like I think so much of her, like it's like we just don't see much of her actual game, and it's like it's tough to really gauge like how good of a player she really was, when like she was never really like tested in any like significant way. Okay, where are we at now? We're at Ralph Kaiser. Is Ralph his own sub tier at this point? I think Ralph is like here, like in the middle here. Like actually I don't know. I guess it could be debated. Maybe maybe above. Okay, wait, no. Okay, I think maybe. Dude, fucking Russell Swan's still here. I kind of forgot about that too. Okay, let's see. Actually, I want to see if I could fit some of the people in the middle, maybe. Like, kind of get a grasp from where exactly we are in the list contextually. Okay, so like Nat 10. Is Nat 10 actually here? I'm not sure, actually. Okay. Where did we leave off here? We left off here. Yeah, I still don't know where Debbie goes. Like, I don't know if she deserves her own sub tier or what. Okay, not what I meant to do. Yeah, obviously that's a boost. The fact that he's in the remote video so much. Where do I put Monica Padilla, actually? That's another one. I don't know where Monica Padilla lands. Wait, where's Laura Moret? I have Laura Moret that high. Okay. I think, like... I think there's a... Like, maybe I need to be making more tiers here. In, like, this section of the list. Because I do think we're kind of at a point where... This feels like a lot of players with, like, not many tiers. And I do feel fine with, like... I feel fine with where we left off here. And I feel okay with Taj being here. So I think it's more so just, like, we need more tiers. I think it's kind of the issue. But I'm still trying to, piece together where some of these people are going to land. like Mick Trimming. Where's Mick Trimming on this? I think based on, is Mick too low actually? Like Mick's not that bad of a player. His game isn't that good, but is Mick really that bad of a player? Like he's fine. Like he's not like actively disliked. He's just like he just exists. If he's a coach follower, tries to make a decent move and not socially instantly enough to make the move. Yeah. Which like what is that? I think maybe like she should be like here. Because like yeah, she's kind of like a second in command to someone that wasn't ultimately running the game, but dang it, she does beat him though. Yeah, Mick also made it. Yeah, I think that's also the thing. Mick survived like a while to even make it to where he was. So I do think I'm underrating Mick in this list here. I kind of feel like this. I don't know. Yeah, like I feel like just Debbie feels too high here from where I had her. Actually, genuinely, is there like outside of like the fact that Debbie was liked, is there that much of a difference between her and Krista? Like, is Debbie just a better, like, I think essentially Krista with a better social game? Fuck me, dude. It's 2:06 already. Okay, we'll talk for the spoilers in a little bit. Let me finish this. Yeah, being like there's a big difference though. I kind of feel like I think she's like, she feels like she's at the top of this kind of grouping. Or like, I feel like she feels like a Helen Glover that has like a bit of killer instinct. She feels like a Matthew that is just more well liked. Where's Sugar? Sugar's here. Sugar could at least get to the end. And like was controlling votes on her way to the end. Like Debbie wasn't really controlling much of anything. Yeah, I think I'll keep her here. Steve Wright. I think Steve Wright's a pretty competent player, but ultimately, I think I'd probably rate him too high tier wise. I think he's probably in this grouping. Well, he's probably Ken Stafford, Jake Billingsley level. Like that feels fine to me. Grant Matos. This is actually kind of tough with Grant. Actually, even the debate between him and Steve is tough. Like, Steve was better positioned on that season. I think Grant does better on more seasons, though, right? Like, I think you put Grant on, like, any season, he does well. Steve, not necessarily that, but I think Steve, at least in how he played on Redemption Island, is probably better. Like, he was higher on the pecking order than Grant was. But yeah, I think ultimately I put Grant higher. He's probably, like, towards the top of this sub tier. Kelly Sharbaugh. I think there's multiple spots I could put Kelly Sharbaugh. Part of me actually kind of wants to put her, like, here. With, like, Julie Berry and, like, Dara. Otherwise, I think she's here. Like, it makes sense to put her here for, like, kind of the more screwed over players where she's out of the game, in a spot where she was in a pretty good position if she wasn't out of the game. Yeah, these players just make it much further than her, and that's kind of an issue, but Yeah, it's like I do feel like if she didn't get outed out, she was in position to be one of these players. Like she was essentially in position to be like an end game person that was in a good alliance that just like probably has very little win equity. But like, is there that much of a difference between her and like Cindy Hall and like Julie Berry, Dara? It's like I think she probably is just here. I guess the thing is like she probably had like these people had more win equity than Kelly probably would have. And I guess that's probably like the major difference. Maybe I put her here, actually. Her Debbie. Trying to think this through. Because like, okay, like where would because like am I giving her a boost for like being out? Like if she was not out of the game, what would she be? If she was not out of the game, I think she would be like fairly similar to like a Sundra. Maybe better actually too far. I guess she was in the dominant alliance from the very beginning, to where like maybe she's like here if she wasn't out of the game. I mean, she was part of like a lot of groupings though. Yeah, and you know what? Fine, I'll put her there. I'll put her there for now. I think it's fine. I guess she was like, she had like the Laura, like Dave Ball, like grouping. She also had like the Women's Alliance. She was never like being talked about as a target. Like I don't think she had much respect in the game, but it's like I think I feel fine putting her here. But I do think it's a spot where like, yeah, you could definitely argue she should be like closer to here. Yeah, you know what? Now I'm gonna move her down. I'm gonna move her here. Whatever, it's fine. Philip Shepard. Here or here? I think there's part of me that kind of wants to put him like Crystal Cox sort of level. Or is he even here, actually? Is he like a power goat? Like, not because he's actually a power goat, but like, I actually think there's an argument he's in the power goat tier because because he played twice, essentially. Because like, his second time, he was like in that season, he was essentially a power goat that didn't get to the end because of idols and whatnot. But like, he was essentially a power goat in that season. First time around, he was just a goat. Like, still, he's a 2-time player. Like, I think his first, if he only played once, I would say probably like, yeah, here. And maybe even, no, actually, if he only played once, he's probably, actually, where would I put him? I totally don't know. Maybe he would just be here, but like at the bottom of this. But I think with his second appearance, maybe I do put him with this grouping. So yeah, I think I'll put him there. Net 10. Where's Butch actually? Oh, he's over here. I think the difference between Philip and like these people can get to the end. Philip got to the end. I think that was like my main argument there. But I guess like Susie's here. But I think Philip was more consistently the majority than Susie. So it's like, yeah, whatever. What am I doing here? I think she's probably here or I think it's like it's in this bulb. I think she's either at the top of this or she's here. Like I think the argument is like, is she like a Sundra? Like is she like a okay, maybe like a Helen Glover, but like at least she gets to the end. Helen Glover doesn't. I think she's at the bottom of this. I think she's either at the top of this or at the bottom of this. I think I'll give her the bottom. Not that that matters at all because they'll be the same thing. But she was obviously a goat, but like she was in a pretty good position for a lot of the game. in the majority alliance, knew what was going on. Just kind of like stably riding in the majority. Like outside of the one round where Grant like wanted to target Natalie, she was like pretty safe the entire time. Like these are all players that either didn't make it to the end or had like much more like unstable games to the end. Mick, I think, is moving up. I think I put Mick way too low initially. I don't know how high he's going. Like maybe this is too high. Like maybe like around like Jason level. I think that's fine. I think him and Jason. I think like Jason probably has like more potential in the grand scheme of things. I do think Jason's probably better. Like Mick's fine. Like he survives a lot of tribals. Like if he somehow got to the end like without Natalie White there, he's probably like has a decent likelihood of like potentially winning the game. Yeah, it's like I think he's probably towards the bottom of this. I think he's like very Adam Gentry kind of level. Maybe below. I think below Adam Gentry, but like I can make arguments of that. Well, I put Tracy above Marcus. Probably never, but never know. Maybe I'll change my mind next time. Laura Moret. Yeah, what do I do with Laura Moret? First appearance is pretty good, but still, like, obviously very flawed. Like, if we're going first appearance, she's probably in this grouping here. Second appearance is not good. But I don't know. Like, I had her... Well, yeah, I had her below, right? I had her below all these people. Yeah, so she would... Maybe she deserves her own new tier. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these people are going to be in their own tier. I think Taj is better than Mick. I think it's close, which is fair to where like maybe he should be moved down. Like Taj didn't really have a person that wanted to take her to the end, which is an issue. Mick at least got to the end. I think I'll leave it for now. Yeah, we'll probably talk about it more later. Again, it's right 2:18 in the morning. I just kind of want to rush through the rest of this for now. Jane Bright, I think ultimately is probably like in this grouping, right? Like these sort of players. Is Laura Moret? I think I just keep Laura Moret here. Yeah, I think I keep her here. Like, maybe put her in sub tier. Like, maybe even, like, put her above this. I don't know. No, I think I put her here. Yeah, I think that's fine, actually. Then I think Nyanka... Are Nyanka and Purple Kelly in this? Or maybe Purple Kelly... You could argue Purple Kelly's in this. Or maybe they're just their own sub tier also. Bianca. Dude, fuck me. I don't know what to do with her. Jane there, right? It's like Benry, I think perfectly fits in here. I think that's fine. Marty, I'm not sure. Russell Swan, I'm also not sure. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with Monica Padilla there. Whose edit was slaying. It was kind of a net positive for what, like Ozzy, Sari, Aubrey, Rick. Marty's like Gretchen. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I should be breaking up this tier a bit more. It's probably an issue, but yeah, I'll put Marty there for now. Russ Swan. To be fair, Russ Swan also, yeah, I think this tier should be broken up into pieces. Like, Russ Swan is probably like near Sarge and Rory. But yeah, we'll probably just deal with that next stream because it's very late. I think Monica's probably her own tier. I don't know what to do with Monica. I don't think she like fits into this that well. Or maybe we should just do it now because I generally feel like, okay, I feel like these are players that, yeah, I think we need new tiers here, for sure. Let's just like add a whole bunch of spaces. Because like, this is a grouping that is probably its own new tier, I think. Like, I don't know, maybe you could say Ralph Kaiser, too fair, can probably be in this grouping. But like, I feel like Julie and David are probably here. Fincher. Part of me actually wants to put Fincher here, but like, I think he's like a self-interested enough player to where like he's probably there. Okay, let me think this through. So, okay, Swan, I think is probably with Rory and Sarge. I would say even Dave Johnson. I just realized, what the fuck is Penny doing there? I would say they're all higher. Boo's kind of an interesting one there. I think this, like, I think these are all players that had like good positions at a point, only to be like, and like Russ one's obviously different than that, but like, still definitely like people that had, actually I don't know, I guess like Nate and Rory are kind of, actually I guess like Jamie and, actually I guess this is like kind of a, okay, I think at this point this is being kind of muddied. Okay. I think I'll just leave this as is for now. I think next stream we have to work on this. Like I need to, yeah, I need to work on this next stream. This is a fucking mess. Like why the fuck is Penny just like randomly here, and then there's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll work on this next stream. I think for now we'll just like do the finishing touches here and call it a night because it's already almost 2:30. But yeah, this is a bit fucked. You know, I'll just put these all here. I think because like I think Monica. Yeah, I think Monica just needs a lot of rework. I don't know why Monica's here. I think there's like a few people here that are like, why are they here? Like Penny and Kelly Goldsmith, Monica. Like some of these people are like kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I just need to rework that. And then I think I'll put Nyanka and Purple Kelly in their own tier there. If I can move this down. Where is the thing? Here. Like, I'll do this for now, just for sake of getting this done for tonight, because it's late, and yeah, obviously want to talk about spoiler stuff. And that's what I'm talking about. I think, like, Kelly should be lower. Like, to clarify, I think Kelly and, like, Ted and Penny and, like, some of these people that are, like, higher on here should probably be lower. Which is why I think this needs, like, major reworking next time. I think I need to switch around some placements here, but we'll do that next time. All right, again, next stream, we'll work on this. Oh, fuck, that's, like, a small grouping, too. Whatever, we'll deal with that next stream. And yeah, I guess we'll do spoilers now. Take this out. Cool. Okay. Reality. Why is this so? Wait, is this normally? I feel like the text looks bigger than normal. Whatever. Spoiler talk. Also, why is, or is that? Okay, no, actually, that's fine. I thought chat was like lagging, but no, I guess it's fine actually. Then I guess I'll play like a, I don't know. Am I really gonna play much of this? But whatever. Potential ad. This spoiler talk. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Like, I guess Aubrey wins. Why not? Like, again, it's still over, like, there's, the seeds are there, but, like, it just doesn't feel like it's leading to anything. And, like, again, it feels like every episode we're, like, coming into it being like, oh, Aubrey clearly has to do something this episode, and then she, like, there's nothing there. I mean, I see, like, something there for Aubrey, but it's just, like, it just feels like setup for something that hasn't happened yet. And it's like, how much more time is there to, like, just do setup? I still have Ozzy one. I think, like, still, it's like, based on, like, everything outside of the game, it feels like a, yeah, I'll see how this goes. But yeah, everything outside the game, it feels like a Suri win. Or, like, not even outside. Everything outside of spoilers feels like a Suri win. But, like, the spoilers have been, like, OK Line's list is still continuing to be correct. Aubrey gives her second million to Suri. That'll be fun. Yeah, I don't get that too. So, like, if OK Line's thing is correct, and if next episode is a double boot, Suri is gone next episode. Which, like, I guess, like, again, like, they did set it up to where, like, you can see a world where, like, this, like, Aussie storyline ends up being the downfall for Suri, right? It's Devin's then Suri. Which, yeah, Devin's is, like, in a spot where, like, he obviously has an idol. Like, we did see, is it confirmed? Like, so I know, like, OK Line says it's a double boot. Like, is it confirmed from, like, other things as a double boot? Because, like, the preview didn't allude to it being a double boot. Yeah, Devin says an idol, but, like, also we got in the preview. I mean, yeah, again, I know spoilers say it's a double boot, but, like, challenge schematics. Are we talking about like the? So we're talking about like, are we talking about the board thing? That, like the picture of the like whiteboard? Okay, yeah. Like, is it at Tribal then? I wonder. Like, is it just like a double boot in the way that like South Pacific and whatever did it? Which like Suri goes out in that. Like, that's really lame. If that is the case, how'd that even happen though? Like, I don't even understand how that would happen, like, practically. Like, I guess, like, to be fair, there could be, like, a live tribal. Like, maybe it happens at a live tribal, but, like... Like, that feels like a lot would have to change to cause that to happen. Zuri being number 1 the player rank just by getting 8th. It's possible at this point. It's gonna be fucking depressing when Jonathan's number 1 on a 50 player ranking. Generally, it probably, like, if the boot list that we know of is correct, it probably will be one of, like, it probably will be like Rizzo or something, which will be even funnier actually, to be fair. Yeah, that's what, like, Jonathan's game's not actually even that good, to be fair. It's like he's not really even getting his way a lot of the time. Yeah, Ozzy has a chance. But if, like, Rizzo actually gets the 4, and it's like, if he would have won at the end, I think it probably is Rizzo. Yeah, I'd vote Jonathan over Aubrey. Again, I think it makes sense for him to vote out Suri, like, if they had, like, lead up to it. I don't know how the vote would, like, I don't know how it would be a Devon's vote off, and then they just somehow get the votes to vote out Suri. Like, that would be bizarre to me. Like, it's kind of like the same thing with, like, Parvati, like, in A vs. the World. Of, like, it makes sense why they didn't take a shot at Parvati at, like, the double tribal, like, when Tommy goes home. But he's like, you're really expecting to make, like, that big of a move, like, so little time to prepare and everything. It, like, feels like a similar sort of case. Where, like, do you really expect them to, like, pull together this, like, vote that wasn't, like, really set up to take out Suri at Tribal? I mean, RGB spoilers are clearly wrong at this point, though. Yeah, I saw that with Tyson. I don't think he... Like, does he actually know the winner at this point? I don't know, maybe. I will say... Oh, yeah, this is actually something else to mention. Redman mentioned... Like, so, again, this isn't a major thing, but, like... Redman mentioned that, oh, I'm not liking the season, whatever. And someone said, like, is it because you know the winner already? And he said it doesn't help. Which, like, that doesn't, like, if he knew Suri won, would he be saying that? So, I think that's another point towards, like, the Aubrey win. He knows Jonathan wins, obviously. So they lived up my expectations. Yeah, pretty much. I have the highest expectations. Like, I think it's like, yeah, it's very like new era, but with returnees. Yeah, I think we're getting a family visit, but like, I don't know when that'll happen at this point. If, like, I don't know. Like, again, like, Jared claimed that there was a family visit at least. Imagine Jared was just trolling the entire time though. That'd be funny. Is Aubrey playing the worst game out of everyone at the final 11? Yes. At that point, yeah, probably. Actually, dude, that would be so funny, actually. That Michelle and Aubrey both win reality shows this year. Yeah. Dude, I love fighting a pirate named Adam. Oh, wait, that's my allies. Cool. Will the finale show us the 51 cast before Redmond does? It's possible. I think it'll probably be like last season 49 where we got like a few names. Or like, I think it's like from what I remember, I believe 49 was that like he found out like half the cast or so like the day before. And then figured out like the last couple names like after the trailer. I think is how that played out. It's like he started to get a few names right before the finale. Then like the day before the finale, he got like, I don't know, like a good chunk more. And then like after the trailer, he got like the last few. I think it'll probably be like a similar case. Where like, yeah, I would expect us to know the 51 casts in what, like a few weeks? Or like start to get like hints, like start to get a couple of people. I know that Redmond said that he has like an idea of a few at this point. Or of a couple. Yeah, I actually thought about that. Yeah, Traders getting Michelle and Aubrey would be pretty fun at this point. Yeah, if it's like a former alternate, I assume we'll know. Them being on fairly early. I don't think those are true at all. But yeah, I know people are claiming that, like, that there's already calls for like 53 or 54, which that's not how this fucking works. That wouldn't be happening. Like, even if they were returning seasons, they would not be called until like at least another like 3 months, like two to 3 months at this point. Can we just vote to give Sri $1 million? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Where in Japan, Survivor 51? Tokyo, obviously. Right in the middle of the city. That's why I found, like, so the OK Line spokesperson, so that, like, that supposedly 52 is returnees versus influencers, was like, that makes no fucking sense. Unless it's, like, literally an Edge of Extinction situation where, like, they called everyone up, like, last second, scrambled to get people together. Like, that would make no sense. And even then, we would hear it from a reliable source by now, if that was the case. Like, it would be like Redmond would definitely hear about that by now. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Like, I think the world where it would have been returnees would have been, like, them deciding to change things at the last second. And, like, yeah, like, add in returnees, like, really late into the process. But again, like, even if that was the case, we would have already known by now. Fuck is this? Cool. How does someone like OK Line have a spokesperson? Because OK Line got banned. So now supposedly OK Line is telling another person to spread their information on Reddit. Dude, imagine Gen X Pen on 52 or 51. That'd be funny. I don't think I can believe in a god that won't let Suri win 50. I mean, yeah, these are the dark gods. Thank God. Yeah. Like that's in the shape of a fucking violin. That's how we fucking summon it. to find the wait. Where the hell do you find OK Line spoilers? They're on Reddit. Spoiled Reddit. It's a subreddit. Redmond doesn't post like what do you call it? Doesn't post game spoilers. Only like format and cast spoilers, but like most of the stuff he's posted recently is on the on his Discord, which you have to pay for. You have to be a patron. It's like once he gets the 51 cast, he'll post it to the public. But like in terms of like the like small bits of information, it's usually just on his Discord. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, the Life Fest or whatever, right? We spoiled Winners at War. Said Aubrey won. Which yeah, again, like there's like a lot, like so yeah, Life Fest, and then Survivor has now said that Aubrey won. Obviously, OK Line says Aubrey won. Obviously, a while back, Robot said Aubrey won. So like clearly from a spoiler perspective, Aubrey won. Like that's like kind of undeniable at this point. That like the spoilers say Aubrey won. But it still doesn't even feel believable. But also, it's like it's kind of at the point where, like, yeah, it probably just is an Aubrey win, though. Where I think the only cope left is like, what if they all just told, like maybe it's just like the same source that's spreading like the fake name. When Shimai gets out by Carl J. Jacob, how dare you? Or Carl, wait, fuck me, whatever, yeah. Does it think it makes any sense that Jonathan outlasts Suri given... I mean, yeah, but like, to be fair, they do that all the time nowadays. Like, there's a lot of like weird like setup things that don't lead to anything in Modern Survivor. Yeah, Sawyer and played Aubrey too, yeah. Have to stay strong as a Suri truther. Now I'm pretty defeated at this point. It's fucking over. And this is a good episode for Aubrey. Just again, it's like not enough. But like obviously it was a good episode. All the source still be lying this late in the season and just keep the winner a surprise. It'd be so fucking funny if they were all lying to reaction. I mean, yeah, that's what. I mean, I guess it would be a different situation because I don't think the sources are lying. I think like, or I don't think the like leakers are lying. I think like if it would be a spot where like the people telling the leakers are lying. And what is it? It's the Rupert thing, and like I don't care enough to add another Rupert clip to the video. Like, I have enough Rupert clips at this point. It was though.
But since Rudy passed, I have to say my next favorite, Sandra Juan Diaz. Question was, who do I still have contact with? Which survivor?
Okay, that is kind of funny though.
What?
Again, think of my favorite winner, Sandra Twine Diaz. No wonder he was on 50. Can't even remember Sandra's name. Well, yeah, obviously, Stuart goes home next episode's over. Like, that's fairly undeniable. But yeah, I really don't understand how Suri goes out in 8. Like, that, yeah, I don't know. That feels weird to me. I'll say for a lot of this episode, I did not actually think Stephanie was going home. Like before Tribal, I was thinking, oh, this feels like an Emily boot. But then like once we get to post Tribal, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, never mind. They're setting up Stephanie now. Saw Villa of Rupert saying Suri was on the villains tribe. Do you imagine? Yeah, Rupert doesn't even remember his own tribe mates from Here's Villains. That's funny. Yeah, I saw the post about Emily's odds spiking. What is this? Yeah, literally the bottom three are all the thing. I put Stephanie above Christian. Well, on the player ranking, I think Stephanie's more screwed in her going out here. Because, again, this is all under the assumption that Rick Devens was going out until Mr. Beast. If it's a spot where it wasn't the case and Stephanie was always going, then I think I probably will change it. But if it is a spot where, like, Stephanie was safe and then once Rick Devens was safe, that's when the vote flipped on to Stephanie, then yeah, I feel like Stephanie 1 is fine. Shrew goes out in 8th because they're scared of Ozzy's idol, and Rizzo flips on the split vote. Wait, Rizzo flips on the split vote. So we're saying Rizzo takes out whatever it's called. Suri. Source tells me family visit happens next episode, and the twist is the second vote. The family member votes off player, obviously. Dude, imagine that actually happened. Like, dude, imagine like that's how Suri loses the game. Is like, Jonathan's dad votes her out. Was Emily has an iconic Google image? Sure, I guess. Yeah, imagine like Jared. Well, too far Jared wasn't there. It'd be Jared's brother. I forgot which one, John or Jamil, but whichever one. Like, yeah, imagine like her other son is like a dick also. Keep this in mind when I rank every player. But Angelina has a better placement than Christian. Sure. I mean, all the lists have Rick out before Suri. I think Rick going out with the idol in his pocket kind of makes sense. Either that or he plays the idol like on someone else and gets taken out. I think, like, obviously we saw in the preview Emily talks about like I can get him to play it on me or whatever. Like I assume that's like her trying to get Devens to play the idol on her. So like I could definitely see Devens misplaying the idol and getting taken out next round. Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Yeah, you didn't mention I don't want to go out with an idol in my pocket. Yeah, knowing Emily, it would make sense for her to flip. Why would he use on Emily, though? Why would most people do anything? Yeah, I think it is weird. Like, it is out of character for Devens, though, in particular, because, like, obviously we've seen him have so many idols in the past, and he's... Actually, to be fair, he did use it on David. Yeah, actually, nah. He's used an idol on an ally before. So, I don't know. Obviously, he would have to be convinced that Emily's the target. Somehow. Yeah, actually, something that's kind of funny about the $2 million of it all is, like, doesn't it kind of, like, make you want to play conservatively? I guess like I guess it's like a double-edged thing where like I guess like there's some people that would be like, oh, I need to play harder because it's for 2 million, but I guess there's other people that would probably be like, yeah, I'll probably play it safer. Fuck was that? Finale, I believe it's 3 hours. I would be surprised if it's 4 because like prime time usually only is 3 hours. No, live reunion's gonna be the same. Like, yeah, I think it's just gonna be what it used to be. Which makes me worry about the length of the reunion show. Actually, I forgot. Where are we at now? We're at, what, 9 right now? We're at 9, so we'll be down to 7. Are we going to get 2 double boots? Is there a chance of that? Because actually, I think it makes more sense if we come into the finale with 5. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Like, timing-wise, you would think it would be easier for them to do a live reunion with 5. Yeah, like, my assumption is that we're getting a 6-person finale, but, like, I actually feel like it feels better scheduling-wise if they don't do that. Actually, I didn't think about that. Are we at the 10-year anniversary of Ko-Wrong? Yeah, we are, aren't we? That's insane, actually. If Aubrey does win, like, that was essentially the 10-year anniversary of Ko-Wrong. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I didn't look at my health. Yeah, like, it was 10 years ago, like, season-wise. It's the first time I've died. Yeah, by Shell. How dare she? I did see someone, post, what was it? Like, someone saying girl bye or something when, talking about Michelle revealing her, whatever. If Trey wins, it means I have something that made this year worth it. Well, don't bet on that. I mean, I assume the decision on when the finale starts was made before the season. Like, I don't think they're basing it on, like, the story of the season. I think it was already determined when they were filming. Dude, SF is going to be insufferable either way. SNF is a Aubrey truther. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, how the fuck did I get that damage? What the fuck? Okay, well, that was kind of bullshit. Yeah, it's like, I think if it wasn't for, like, the spoilers, I would think Suri is, like, at worst getting, like, 6th place. I have to play the game? What? How dare they force me to play the game? I'm trying to remember the actual controls. hard as L1. Sandra Twine Diaz is my favorite winner of all time. Definitely better than that Diaz Twine person. Yeah, this is what it feels like to be a pirate. Okay, fuck me. What the fuck? Like, Gabler's better than Aubrey as a winning game. What the fuck? Okay, what the fuck? Like, cool. I can't heal, right? Yeah. Cool. Well, that's great. I think they would cast Ian to 54 if it's second chance. I don't think so, but maybe, I don't know. If it's so, like, yeah, we're living in a world now where like he was cut from 50. So yeah, I'm inclined to think no, probably. Like, I would assume, like, especially if it's a spot where, like, so it seems like he was just contacted and, like, cut without going through much of the process. So, like, I would assume, like, Sean Rector is more of a priority than Ian. If they want to go for someone, like, older school. That's a one-time player. So it's like, it's not impossible, but I would definitely not say he's, like, a lock or anything. I haven't listened to the podcast myself yet, but like, yeah, seems like he at least like was not an outright no. Which like makes sense based on listening to his Talking with T-Bird podcast from a few years ago. He was like seemingly more open to it, but was just more so in the spot where like he didn't really need it. Where like it's a spot where like I think if he got called, he would say yes initially, but he might like back out eventually. Is like the vibe I got. Where like I could see him like entertaining it, but then like there we go. Yeah, I can see him like entertaining it, but then like not actually like accepting the spot in the cast. By the end, but I don't know. Think Jerry would change your mind about playing again? My gut says yes, but I don't know. I think it depends on how much time too. I think Jerry's been like fairly active in the online community, or like she's been playing like all these other like these orgs and everything. So it's like maybe. People are trying to spread fake spoilers about Stephanie winning on the cruise. Yeah. Do you imagine that's what they're doing now with Aubrey? That'd be the dream. Yeah, Jerry won Reality Mafia, right? With like Hannah. No, she didn't win. Hannah Chada voted her out at the end, right? Or not? I don't remember anymore. Yeah, Hannah voted her out, right? Is that the right? Is that the same game? I don't remember anymore. I think that's the same game. Oh no, Jerry won. What game am I think? Oh, I think I'm thinking of Q voting out Sage. I forgot Keanu was there too. Yeah, I know Hannah won. Hannah Chada won for sure. Because I know she was the one that actually played well. Well, Jerry was there. But I remember, like, wasn't Jerry like talking about like it felt like Jerry didn't understand the rules. Yeah, and like she was like talking about voting out Hannah for a lot of it. Because like she thought that it was like the traitors where like Hannah would like turn on her for like no reason, but like there's not really a reason to do that in this sort of game. Um, yeah, exactly. A Jesse. What a good grouping. So if Aubrey does go home next week, that pretty much guarantees a Suri win. Yeah, pretty much. No, it's Reality Mafia, not traitors. And to even then, even if it was traders, like it's different in real trade because like real traders, like you win money. This you don't win money. It's like there's no reason to flip on each other. Also, I actually realized that, yeah, we never talked about $1 Million Secret, which I liked the season by the end. I thought it was a fun ride. I don't again, I think it's a show that's like better like not trying to analyze it too much. I had more fun with it than most. Like, I think it's a above average season for the year. I actually ranked it above US4 Traders. Like, I had more fun with it than US4 Traders. US4 Traders probably going to be something that like, sticks with me a bit more. Or, like, I would not be shocked if, like, 2 months from now, I don't remember who the fuck is on that season. Can you guess? I mean, you can guess who won $1 Million Secret. But yeah, I would say like I probably like season 1 more. I mean, do you want me to tell you who won or yeah, I have it 3 of like out of 7 shows I think I've watched this year. Like I have AU Redemption and Traders UK. Yeah, you're right. It's a Nick one. Which, yeah, I think that's a fine outcome for the season. When Aubrey tries to target Ozzy to next week and piece together during the episode that Suri is leading the vote again to secure her win. I mean, again, I'd love to see it. Dude, spoiler video is gonna be weird. I actually already thought about like I think I'm gonna have like a meter throughout the video of like essentially like me wavering on like Suri Aubrey. It'll be like percentage chance of Suri, percentage chance of Aubrey throughout the entire video. Copium meter essentially. I thought it was a, I forgot, what is her name? Kat? I think that's her name, right? I thought it was her at the very, very beginning, and then, like, that kind of goes away by, like, the second week. Am I done for a match? Probably. I don't care about this upcoming season. Do I know anyone on this upcoming season? Actually, isn't Nick on this upcoming season? That is the thing, right? Like Nick from $1 Million Secret. But I generally don't actually care. Generally with this year, I think I am just kind of... I'm kind of done with, like, random reality shows. I'm going to watch... Like, obviously, I'm still going to watch, like, the major shows and the shows I actually care about. But I'm not going to go out of my way to watch, like, shit. Speaking of that, I'm still watching One Piece. I just started Dressrosa. So that's something. I got through the shit. That's like Fishman Island and Punk Hazard. You know, like too fair, I like Punk Hazard. I yeah, Punk Hazard kind of sucks, but I actually don't hate Fishman Island on the rewatch. It's not great, but like there's at least like good ideas there. Yeah, I that's something I really hate about like this portion of, and like I don't know if it gets like because I haven't watched a lot of the post time skip anime, but like there's so much fan service and so much like perviness to it. I'm like, okay, I feel like this is like way overboard. Do we need this much? Like of Sanji just like yeah, being so over the top of like getting nosebleeds like every 2 seconds and whatever. Also, like the amount of like frothing over Sierra Hoshi is so fucking weird to me. Like like obviously like very problematic. Like what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, I never finished Whole Cake Island, so I'm interested in seeing Whole Cake Island because I hear it's very good. Like in terms of my initial or like my last watch through, I only watched up through like I don't even think I got like a third of the way through Whole Cake. Also, I watched it all with the sub. This time I'm watching with the dub because it's easier that way. Like I'm at the beginning of Dressrosa. Which I watched it from the beginning with One Piece. I'm still watching. Well, technically I'm not watching One Piece now. I'm watching Mun Pace? Is that what it's called? I don't even know how you pronounce it. M-U-N-H? It's essentially One Piece, but because One Piece doesn't have the English dub finished, like some other person used the One Piece version, but then put the English audio in. No, not the Netflix show. The fucking actual anime. Yeah, the plan is to get caught up on the One Piece version of the anime. Then I think from Egghead, I'll probably just watch the anime as is. Because like it's only up to Wano. Well, actually no, Egghead is partially done. Now I think about it, I forgot about that. Either way, whatever. It's like especially once I get Elbaf, I'll just watch like what is there. I've been reading the manga recently though, so I'll probably just also read the manga. Yeah, I think I'll keep up with it live from this point on. Like, why not? We're clearly, obviously, towards the end. Like, One Piece is definitely ending very soon, so. CAU getting canceled would suck. Don't want to watch. We're talking about like Australian Survivor. Yeah, within 10 years, yeah. I mean, like maybe 5-ish. When did Wano end at this point, though? Wano ended like what? 4 years ago or something? 3 years ago? Like a while ago already, right? Like, what's ending soon? One Piece or sooner? One Piece or the challenge? Definitely the challenge. Sometimes I watch One Piece, found your time when you're watching Survivor and delaying making a YouTube video channel about it. I mean, should give it a try. See how it goes. Both with the YouTube channel and also with One Piece. I don't know, One Piece I think is like, it is like a massive commitment, obviously. But like something like, if it wasn't for the fact that I was already a like One Piece fan from when I was younger, I would not be bothering to watch One Piece at this point. Like I just never would bother, to be honest, if I wasn't already a One Piece fan. Like that's kind of where I'm at with like Naruto. Where like in an ideal world, would I watch Naruto? Yeah, but am I actually going to at this point in my life? Probably not. Yeah, I know. Egghead went on for way longer than I ever expected it to. And like Elbaf, I expected to be long, but what's funny is that like from what I understand, like they haven't even done that much in Elbaf, despite it being long. Especially like they had like the God Valley flashback and all that. Like now, if Emu showing up, it's like it seems like it's towards the end, but also it's like again, from what I understand, they haven't really explored like a lot of the actual island itself. I'm probably not gonna play Sorrows. I think like I don't feel like that's my type of game. Maybe I'll buy it when it drops in price, but I'm definitely not gonna get it right away. I'm considering, like, is Dispatch on sale? I don't think it is it? I kind of want to play Dispatch, but it kind of bothers me to pay full price. By the way, I'm not paying attention to a single fucking thing that's happening in the narrative right now. I'm assuming this is like a dramatic moment. Thank God she'll be by my side now. I love her to be by my side. Nine Souls coming to PS Plus. I think it's already on Game Pass, right? I was gonna buy a physical, but I forgot to order it, so I don't know if I will at this point. But I don't know. I could literally just look it up now, right? Let's see. Cool. Like, the thing is, like, Dispatch isn't even that expensive. It's like $30. But also, it just bothers me to... Yeah, it's not on sale. But it bothers me to, like, pay full price for a digital game that came out a while ago. Like, it's more so, like, a moral thing at this point than anything. But also, it's actually, like, I'm actually willing to spend $30 on it. But I don't know. We'll see. I do want to play Dispatch. Dispatch and then Gears of War, I think, are, like, the two things I'll probably play first. Also, Fable, I was thinking about playing too, the Fable series. I have a channel already. Oh, you mean a name? I mean, but like with I mean, like YouTube name, like unless like someone makes it big or whatever, like because like you can name your channel whatever. Like it's not like it used to be where like your because like YouTube channels aren't tied to the names at this point. It's tied to your like Google account. So there can be like technically someone else could make a channel called The Rain Review and it would like exist.
Too bad.
I mean, as long as they don't make it like big before you, I guess. But also, it would be very awkward though if you have like the exact same YouTube channel name as someone else. But still, if like there's like a channel that has like 0 subs, like doesn't even do anything with it, like yeah, like they don't like you can still have that name. It's not like Twitter or like any of these other things. Now when it comes to like the handle, like that, yeah, like there can only be one of, but even then, like you don't even get that until you get monetized and whatnot. And even that, it allows you to pick your like, yeah, it's like it's not that big of a deal. Imagine, yeah, Rizzo creates a channel called The Marine Review. What is Rizzo does have a YouTube channel, right? Isn't it like RizPod or something? I love how, like, this epic music's playing while, like, they didn't even bother to voice act the scene. Oh my god, I love 6 birds with 1 stone. How many episodes are there in Dispatch? Because I remember, like, when it was coming out, it was like an episodic, like, thing, right? There was like, wasn't there like a new, like, episode was it every day or every week? But I remember it was a thing where, like, I remember, like, Laced Up Lauren was playing, like, 1 episode a stream or something. And it was like a TV show length or whatever. 8 per week, yeah. Yeah, I remember it was something to that nature. Like they all came out like fairly quick succession, but like there was like a decent amount of them.
Who are we?
Are they Straw Hats? Oh no, they're the Goro Pirates. Merge point. Yeah. Yeah, I never ever like went through like from a person that went through the point of view of like creating a Survivor themed YouTube channel title because like obviously I never like Because when I started YouTube, I 100% did not expect to actually become a Survivor YouTuber. Nor did I really want to be. I just wanted to make shit about whatever I liked. Wait, is this one I'm going to, right? I wonder what names I would have thought of if I like actually tried to create like a Survivor-like title. We see Devil Wears Prada tomorrow. I didn't even know that came out. Like, yeah, the sequel, right? To like well, Devil Wears Prada. But like, how long ago was the first one? That was like 20 years ago or something, right? See now but 4. Hey, you're almost there. Yeah. So it's like 20 years later then? What time are we at? 3:15? I guess I'll play a little bit more. Generally, I came in this stream being so tired. Like my eyes were just completely drained. It's like literally, I spent the last like 3 days spending almost all my time awake looking at a fucking computer screen.
Lousy dance partners.
Watching a Bone Van Watu. Oh, you didn't watch them in like order? You're just watching them in like a random order? I just feel like that because I've always been in the spot where like I've watched shows like chronologically, or at least in like some level of chronological order. Like I very rarely. Actually, I'm trying to think. Like, is Challenge the only show I've watched not in chronological order? Like, one if it was a show that I watched like later and decided to watch, like decide to binge it eventually. I think Challenge might be the only one I didn't watch in order. Yeah, I feel like I generally wonder what it is like watching Survivor in like a scrambled order. Because I feel like it would be weird to like. I mean, this is like something I actually find interesting about watching Will Neff is like the perspective he has on Survivor because of like the order of seasons that he's watched. Star 44. Well, at least you survived that. Generally, 44 is not even that. Like, I don't know. It's like this weird spot where, like, 44 aged, like, horribly in my mind. But, like, it's not even, like, bad. It's more so just, like, bland. Like, it's not an actively bad season. It's just, like it's kind of like the BB16 of Survivor in my mind.
Pain in the ass.
Where it's not, like, actually horrible. It's just, like, not that good either, though. Yeah, it's just like very mid. Accessible is my area. Oh, there's like there's like sidewalks and stuff for sure. I'm not like. I'm not like the closest in the world to like like I'm not like it could be a closer walk to stores, but like I would never actually walk to a store. Like I would just like fucking drive there. But like I guess if I wanted to I could, but like I'm never actually gonna want to, especially like the amount of time it takes. Also, it's just like I'll just fucking drive there. Like why spend like 10 minutes walking there when I could fucking drive there in like a minute? I don't know if that's even an accurate time estimate, but you get the point.
Lousy dance partners.
Yeah, I wonder if there are people that like watch Survivor Thailand first, and that's the season that got them into Survivor. That would be pretty insane. Like someone watched the like Ted and Gandia situation, like, you know what, this is the show I need to watch. Why drive when you go to DoorDash? That is true. I haven't ordered DoorDash in a while, actually, at this point. I'm getting rid of DoorDash. So yeah, I think I talked about this before. I had DoorDash for like a membership for like a very long time, like Dash Pass, what it's called, right? Because like along with it came free HBO Max. So and like it's cheaper to get Dash Pass than it is to actually get HBO Max. So like I was doing that for like a few years, but they're stopping that this year. So yeah, I'm getting rid of that. I'm not fucking paying for Dash Pass at that point, especially because like, I get like Uber Eats for free. I think it's Uber Eats. Is it Uber Eats or Grubhub? It's one of those. I get one of them from free from something. I forgot if it was. I forgot if it's my phone or my bank. I don't fucking remember anymore. But either way, just like, yeah, there's no reason to pay for Dash Pass at that point. The Mean Girls Without 100 movies? No, I don't. But also, I've only watched it once and like couldn't tell you a single thing about the movie at this point, to be honest. I think you, Sunday. Actually, I never said your name out loud. Sunday Driver? Yeah, there we go. For the sub. Oh, wait, I just realized. Fuck. There we go. I forgot that the sub thing won't play if I'm on this setting. But there we go. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Actually, wait, should I keep... Nah, whatever. So my coworker started Thailand, binge through Micronesia. That's insane. Like, why would they do? Why would anyone do that? Like, I mean, like, were they told to watch Thailand first, or like they just, did they just like stumble on Thailand? I generally don't understand how you would like actually start with Thailand, especially in the modern day. Like, maybe you want to visit Thailand. Okay, I'm not fucking doing this sub story. Yeah, don't care. Oh, I can't even skip this.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh, wait, whatever. I'll let this play, I guess. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, rights in other countries is weird. That's weird. That like, why only the first 4 seasons though? Like, why is Thailand the first season they had rights to? Watch All Stars before watching the first 7 seasons. Yeah, that's bizarre. I don't know. Like, why you? Like, I mean, did you know All Stars was All Stars, or did you just like start season 8 and then just found out it was All Stars? Because yeah, that would be like a really weird experience. I feel like. You know, going in, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if like someone's first season's like 50. Like, what do they think? You know, I'm skipping it. I'm not fucking watching this. Yeah, like, what do people... Like, what are people's opinions of, like, these players? Oh, fuck me. I have to do this? This is not, like, it's a fucking sub-story.
Yeah.
Yeah, once I finish the Rumo video, I'll be working on subs. Okay, so I think, like, once I finish the Rumo video... Fuck is this? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. That's fine. Cool. Yeah, watching like Zach Brown. Actually, generally, I want. So I don't know if my parents watch Survivor in a while. I did hear my dad that my dad watched 1 episode of 50, and like the episode was episode 3. So he watched Jeff Probst rapping. Like, I don't know if my dad's watched a Survivor episode in a like. Yeah, I could not. I don't know when the last time he watched Survivor was, but it is very funny to me that he like the one episode of Survivor he stumbled on was one where Jeff Probst rapped. Someone that watched the first 2 seasons live, then didn't watch again until Winners at War. Dude, that's bizarre. I generally don't understand how you watch Winners at War first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's these are like tutorial sort of sub stories then. your parents were in Survivor. If only mine were. Actually, it wouldn't really matter at this point anyway.
Lousy dance partners.
I don't even know if my parents know any of the 50 casts outside of, like, Colby. Yeah, generally, I don't think they know any of the 50 casts. Like, they watched Borneo, obviously, but I doubt they remember Jenna Lewis. I think they watch All Stars, but I doubt they remember Jenna Lewis. I'm pretty sure my mom will at least remember Colby. I don't know if they'll remember Stephanie. Probably not. I don't even think they know Suri. And, like, Ozzy, they don't know. Coach, they don't know. So, yeah. No, I watched. Well, that's kind of complex story. Essentially, like like when I was a kid, obviously Survivor was massive, and they watched Survivor. So like I watched like Pro Islands and like All Stars with them. But like what really got me into reality TV was Big Brother. Ever watch my videos now? I think we're gonna end here for. Actually, should I head towards? I'll head towards the location. But fuck, where was I in the story? Oh yeah, I watched like what got me in it was my parents watch Big Brother a lot. So yeah, I watched Big Brother like 5, 6, 7, 8. Then watch 9 and 10, and started watching 11, whatever. Essentially like started watching Big Brother as a family, or like watch Big Brother as a family, and then I just got more obsessed with it than whatever. And like yeah, like during BB13 I started like pay attention to feed stuff. 14 I watched feeds here and there. 15 I was like all in. But it was after 14 that like I got like obviously 14 like I loved at the time, to where I was like I really want to watch more reality shows. So like I decided to watch Survivor Philippines, staring right after it. Or right after the finale, or no, right before the premiere of Survivor Philippines was right before the finale of BB14. So it's like I might as well give Survivor a try again. Oh fuck! I mean to actually interact. Okay, but that's fine. Did I say 6, 7? Oh, I said BB 6, 7. Your Amazing Race to Big Brother Survivor. Yeah, my parents watch Amazing Race probably the longest of any of their shows. I don't know when they stopped Amazing Race. I don't actually, I generally don't remember. I was still watching with them by the time of 31. But I don't know once yeah, if they continued watching after I left or not. I'm not sure. I assume not. Like, they don't watch much TV at all anymore, for my understanding. Like, I like... My daughter watches Fox News. Like, outside that, wait, what am I doing? I didn't mean to interact with them. God damn it. Yeah, in terms of, like, they watch, like, more, like, travel YouTubers and all that shit. And, like, random movies on like Amazon and Netflix and shit. I don't know.
Noah. Mom? That's right.
Best friend through mutual love of Amazing Race. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever met someone that was like a fan of the Amazing Race in the wild.
Yeah, right. You do that.
I've had like coworkers over time that were like Survivor fans.
You know,
I don't even think I've met a Big Brother fan.
I started going to Madlantis about 5 or 6 years ago. Now I'm Queen Michelle's personal secretary and bodyguard.
I'm trying to think this through. Have I never met a Big Brother fan in real life?
You must know how to handle yourself then.
Like a genuine fan, I should say.
Cutthroats doesn't phase you, I guess. Impressive.
Like obviously I've seen like people that have watched like an episode or two, but like in terms of like actually like a fan of the show, not really.
But it was my mom who nurtured it.
Even the Survivor, like I never met like a Survivor super fan in real life.
I see.
I did try playing it straight, making an honest living, that sort of thing. but it didn't
Like, I meant
work
like
out so
casual
well.
fans, but
It was boring, to say the least. I never really fit in with the regular Joes.
like I had a coworker
Compared to
today to
no
tell
one,
that Joe
I'm
Anglim
basically a
is
Yakuza.
Joe
Hey,
Anglim.
you don't owe me any explanations. I'm a total stranger after all. And I'll level with you. That Nele
She was like, her favorite player of all time was Joe Anglim. I was like,
I'm just
oh,
here
well,
to
that's an
talk
issue.
Right. Of course you are. Let's get to the good stuff then.
Like how people having
So
conversations
what's the
about Big
deal?
Brother feeds in public. That's
Dad
insane.
Amos was
I don't know how the
already
fuck that
mentioned it in
happens.
passing. Something about a certain lost treasure of the Esperanza.
They sure have.
Really?
200
You
years
start
ago,
off with
pirates
Amazing
buried
Race
a
Canada
boatload of
season
treasure,
3.
$1 billion worth in the
That's kind of
Palmyra
a
Atoll.
that's a really random
Or
season
so
to
the
start. I
legend
feel like
goes, but in
because that's like kind of
reality,
like
it's
the
buried
black sheep of the Amazing Race Canada
under
seasons,
Nene
isn't it?
Island.
Wait, for real?
For real. That's
Do you
what this
imagine
is all
Erica
about.
Kirk was on Survivor? That'd be fucking miserable. Oh,
And provided all the information we've
okay,
painstakingly
cool. I don't know why
pieced together
stream
so
lagged there
far
for a
is
second, but that's fine.
correct. All those folks on Nele Island, the different groups, they're after
Our
the same
Turbo
thing.
song in public,
That's
yeah,
the
that's
real
insane.
reason they're there.
What was the
And
context?
they're all using some big excuse to hide it. Anything to not tip your hand, right? I mean, a bunch of Yakuza?
Can tell.
volunteering
Yeah,
to use
generally,
nuclear waste? That doesn't ring hollow
yeah,
to anyone?
it's
On top of
rough
that,
with Big
those
Brother.
Polycon followers, their sage gets arrested, but they can't
The
leave
thing
because
that's
their
an
faith
issue is that
ain't
like if I
just
tell
that
people about
strong.
my YouTube channel, like they obviously ask like,
One
"What's
side
it
wants to
about?"
change
And I'm
price
like,
off
"Oh yeah,
the
reality
land.
television."
It's a
Blah, blah, blah.
stalemate.
But like
And that's where we
my
come in.
instinct is to say
Queen
Survivor and
Michelle
Big
sees us
Brother,
as the perfect
and it's like every time
match.
I accidentally say Big Brother,
No
I'm like,
one knows
"Shit,
her
I should have said Big
name. That's our
Brother."
leg up.
That was the yeah, definitely should have said
So,
that.
what do you
Um,
say? Care to take up our banner, Captain Majima?
I remember I did have a
Maybe
coworker that was
dig
like
for a
they
little
want to
treasure
start
while
watching
you're
Big
at it?
Brother. I'm like,
If we find it first,
you're probably better
well,
off.
then everybody gets to be happy.
Yeah, don't know if you need
My
to.
dad and
You're
Noah
probably good.
included. After
Um,
all, you do owe them your life, don't you?
I mean, yeah, that's how I started. I watched reality of. Oh wait, I finished chapter 2. That's supposed to be the longest chapter in the game. So there's a chance I actually finish this game at some point in my life. I love how the entire chapter just felt like tutorials. Yeah, I'm definitely ending this here, game wise. I mean, I don't know, like if it necessarily has worse editors on paper. It's just that like it's tough to edit a show that's like happening live, and you have to rush out the episodes in the way they do. Watched Arcane 3 because it came to your city. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I actually thought about that because like Laced Lauren has like talked about potentially watching Big Brother on stream. And I'm just like, I don't know how that works. I don't know if that's like a good experience to watch Big Brother on stream. Or like Amazing Race, Survivor makes more sense because like it's like individual episodes that like by the end there's like a result for like, Amazing Race is fucked, but like still. It's like there's like a basic like beginning, middle, and end. I guess like Big Brother there is, but like it's obviously not the same where like it takes 3 episodes to eliminate anyone in Big Brother. And also it's like, yeah, like the appeal of Big Brother is the live feed aspect of it. Like without that, it's just kind of like mid reality television. I mean, talking about like old seasons of Big Brother. But yeah, it's like I don't know how that would go. But yeah, I've never seen a streamer try to watch Big Brother, so like maybe it'd be interesting to see that. Yeah, I did see that Will Neff. So from what I understand, Will Neff is having like a schedule. Like, yeah, he's like now doing his reality TV stuff more scheduled, to where like it's only on Tuesday and Thursdays. So like that's at least easy to follow. So, I mean, the thing is like he's gonna get through A vs. the World fairly quickly, right? Like I wonder what like if he had. Okay, audio's glitched, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna start a redemption like soon after, or is he actually gonna wait a year for it? Oh, he's 100% gonna hate. Like he's definitely gonna hate Lisa for sure throughout this entire season. But yeah, like I know he talked about like potentially watching SA, which hopefully, like obviously, hopefully the good seasons, because like I still can't believe that like they tried to get him to watch Champions first. Like that's insane. But yeah, like make him watch Philippines. He can finally get his rock draw. It's generally insane that Will Neff, like for Will Neff's first rock draw is probably gonna be SA Philippines. um Assimilation's bad. It is. And it's definitely not up to snuff with like moderns. Like I think like transitioning from Australian Survivor to watching like any of the older any of the older SA seasons is rough. Which AUCs do I start with? I mean, like, obviously, like, I would start 2016, which is, like, the first of the Network 10 seasons that are, like, the current iteration of it. But, like, if you're, like, trying to go for, like, a good season, I would probably say 2017. You have, like, the thing about Australian Survivor also is that if you don't want, you have to skip the first, like, minute or so of each season because they spoil the previous season at the very beginning of it. Kind of want to rewatch 2016, 2018, but can't be bothered. I'm kind of that way with 2018. I'm not really that way with 2016. I rewatched the good parts of 2016 not that long ago. Not that long ago. So I'm not like dying to rewatch it, but 2018 I would be interested because like I rewatched the bad parts of 2018 through Will Neff. I didn't even get to the good part. Yeah, 2016's like it's an interesting season. You can watch Sue's big move. What will Sue do? And that's certainly a question. Yeah, I assume you mean Grayson Waller. Is that his name? Yeah, he's on season 4. He's on 2019. Sue's big move versus Mitch's big move. I mean, Mitch made a move. So clearly, Mitch. Is AU Blood vs. Water worse than any US season? Yes. Like, for me personally, yes. Like, it's already a miserable season, but even watching, like, Will Neff watch it, it's like, fuck me, dude, this season sucks. Won't Jackson get in WWE someday? That'd be cool. He seems like a nice enough guy outside the show. Like, I like how interactive he's been with the community and everything, to where, like, I mean, hopefully, maybe. Generally, it's like, I don't know. Don't really care that much, but, like, again, I have nothing against Jackson. Yeah, I feel like post-twist, it's okay. Like, once you get to the and, like, obviously it's twist heavy stuff. Like, you got the Jordan round and all that, to where, like, it's a bit fucked, but it wasn't that bad, realistically. But, like, the pre-merge still isn't good. It's like you do have like a couple good rounds, but like for the most part, the pre-merge is like pretty dry, and then like middle, like that mid-merge stretch is like brutal. Yeah, Mark with Phoebe now is insane. Like watching that season with that context would be insane. The World's Part be the worst US if Mike didn't go on his run. It would definitely be very bad. I don't know if it'd be the worst, because I still think like the humor from like Dan Foley and Rodney and them is like good enough to keep it probably above like Thailand in terms of like ickiness, but it's still bad. Is Ace Survivor better in the US at this point? Not for much longer. Yeah, he watched one episode of The Genius. He liked it too. But he was like, yeah, like people aren't gonna watch this, which is probably fair. But I would have. I forgot that Corey did that actually. I forgot Corey was streaming The Genius at a point. Like Ava's the World, even Suri was yeah. Ava's the World's like very different from a typical Australian Survivor season though. I don't remember my last memory of One World is not horrible, but obviously I haven't rewatched in a very long time. Yeah, I think I watched most of Corey's streams of him watching it. At least Suri has traders. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like obviously, it's not as good as a Survivor win, but she at least got something. Survivor will probably have a cast of 18 moving forward, 15 episodes. That makes sense. I mean, like, I feel like so with One World, it's like I feel like obviously the Colton of it all is pretty rough. Obviously, Kim dominating is also kind of rough. But like I remember like some of the post merge is like okay, like the Mike Vo, the like Troy's in This Is My Island of it all. Like Kat's a fun character. Tarzan's a fun character. Jonas exists. So, yeah, Eye of the Idols is rough. Like it's like the beginning's good and then the finale is good, but everything else is like, yeah, it's pretty rough. It's Stockholm syndrome, sure. But you understand, Troyzen was almost on Survivor 50. That's why One World's so great. Was Colton even 5 points? Not really. Like, I don't even remember actually. Is there any like good Colton confessional? Because I feel like almost all of them are like kind of like, yeah, it's kind of icky. Final 6 of One World. Yeah, Final 6 was okay. Like the Troyzan of it all. Or Tarzan of it all. Like Kim like turning Alicia and Christina on Tarzan. Generally, I wonder if that's why he got called for 50. I actually thought about this. Like, generally in my head, I think that might be a reason he got called for 50. If Troyzen did get called for 50, because he claims he got called for 50, is like his final tribal moment of him like acknowledging that, like, yeah, he was gonna lose and all that. Because I know Jeff liked that moment at the time. They're like, I wonder if that's the reason he's on. Like, is that like potentially a reason he's on 50, or like not on 50? Got called for 50. Hoping for this was true. I mean, yeah, at this point. I only watched the first couple episodes of American Gladiators, but it was it was okay. It wasn't bad. Just I don't personally care that much. Still watching the episode. I mean, Aubrey, like, yeah, I mean, like, it was still a good, like, so, I mean, you're not to the, like, you just got to the immunity win, so Aubrey still has some good content from that point on. Some of the shows that are all physical challenges. I think it depends on what the show is for me. Or, like, Physical 100, I think, is an interesting show. Like, obviously, I'm into Sasuke and that sort of stuff, like American Ninja Warrior. American Gladiators is like not as much my thing. Like for me, it's like I feel like I am more appealed by like people like trying to be the best of the best than like American Gladiators, like amateurs trying to do kind of like I don't know, like not even like the most impressive like athletic things. Like that doesn't like matter. Like I feel like with the challenge, that's also why the challenge, like the actual like competitive aspect of the challenge is not that interesting to me. It's more so like the drama and the characters and that sort of stuff from the challenge. Because like outside that, it's just like kind of like a lame thing of like amateur athletes like that aren't even that good. So it's like, yeah, it's like I think it's like with like physical 100, it's like these massive physical specimens doing these like insane feats. I think that's more interesting to me. Where like I feel like with like the challenge, it's like pretty clear that like there's other people that would do better at this, right? Or like I think like with Sasuke American Ninja Warrior, it's like almost no one can do better than these people at this current point. Like obviously if people trained enough to do that well, they probably could. But like I don't think like if you get like take like one of the best like athletes out there, like put them on Sasuke or Ninja Warrior, they're not going to do that well. Like they might like maybe clear stage 1 or 2. They're not going to win. They're not going to like clear like the cliffhanger dimension or something. So I think it takes like a specific type of like training and overall like athletic ability to do like Sasuke and Ninja Warrior. Where like the challenge is like throw like professional athletes in there, they'll probably do better than like fucking Johnny Bananas. Yeah, like Ozzy's obviously known as like one of the best like challenge comparison Survivor, and like this was during his prime too. This was during South Pacific. He was on American Ninja Warrior. And he failed like what, the third obstacle? Yeah, Horacio, I think, is someone that's interesting. Actually, this isn't American Ninja Warrior, especially because like Fessy did show on American Ninja Warrior the one time he was on. But I would say the one takeaway I did have from American Gladiators, Fessy's doing pretty well. From like, actually, I just realized why I don't have chat on screen. I feel like Fessy was pretty impressive in the like couple episodes I saw of him on there. If it was on USA 1, I would think that's pathetic to think about who. Wait, you know what? Wait, let me read this. If I was on USA 1, I would have won. That's pathetic to think about. Yeah. I mean, like pretty much anyone that didn't quit would have won, right? Well, if it's so what? American Gladiators? I don't know. I'm not dying to. Like maybe eventually, but not. Yeah, I'm not clamoring to right now. Yeah, Ozzy was even that old at the time. Yeah, I assume that was probably a interesting time for him. Yeah, that would have been great if Cochran, if Ozzy was the one exiled to be about Cochran. I've seen clips of Josh, but like obviously I don't know what they're saying. But like, yeah, I've seen Josh on Celebrity, whatever, Las Casas de los, whatever fuck it is. Either way, he's seemingly doing well, right? I'm like, I know he's getting in a lot of like fights and everything. He's like, there's like a split house dynamic and whatnot, but like, it like he's been up for nomination like a lot and he survived a lot, so. Get paid between $3,000 to $5,000 a week. How many weeks is that show? It's a lot, right? It's like, isn't it like 16 weeks or something? Which, let's see. So 16 weeks is what? That's like 4 months. So what? If he gets like 5,000 a week, that's like 80K. That's not horrible. That's actually pretty decent for an appearance fee, I guess. I think Cherie is gonna be on any more reality shows after this. I think she could be on like Amazing Race. I think she could be like maybe a Traders All-Star sort of thing. Maybe like a random, like I doubt she'll, I don't think she'll do Survivor again. I would assume she's done it all in her own words. The least 3 gets 8th. I mean, like everything lines up for it in terms of spoilers, but I don't see how it happens. 8K in 4 months is insane. I mean, like, for a show, it's like fine. I don't know. It's like it's insane. Like natural. Like if I got paid like 20K a month, then yeah, I'll be fine. But like being paid to do a show that you're only get like a one-time thing, it's like I don't know. It's good, obviously. It's very good. But it's not like you're always going to be paid that much every 4 months or something. How in the world does Devin go home next episode? I assume he just doesn't play the idol. Chris Under would have been an underrated pick for the season. I wouldn't have been opposed to it. I mean, like, I don't know if I needed him in this specific group, but, like, Chris Under will return. I'm not opposed to. I mean, hopefully, but no, it doesn't look like it. Like, Street's played 6 times. Like, she's made it so close, like, so many times now. It's like, does she need more at this point? It's like, if she doesn't pull it off on this season, is there really going to be a season that she pulls it off on? Let's see. I don't know if she, like, this really feels like the best opportunity for her. Like, she's like the clear front runner to win a jury vote. It doesn't like she has like seemingly like really loyal allies and is already nearing the end game stretch in a spot where there's like other shields around her. Like, this is her time to win. If she doesn't win here, then it's like, just pack it up. And yeah, if she does go home at 8, then like, obviously depending on how exactly it happens, but like still, it's like clearly there was like some mismanagement of like threat level or whatnot. But generally, like even if she goes home at 8, like, is this her like second best game? Probably. Like second to Micronesia, and even then, like I think there's like things you could argue. Street Survivors Takeda, essentially, yeah. Yeah, I think she makes endgame. It's definitely her best game. Suri for Genius US, if that ever happens. I doubt it will ever happen, but like I would love to see it. I think that's something that Suri would definitely be interesting to see on. Like, I don't know if she would do that. Like, I think she'd be like the Kyungran of a Genius US. Or like she'll do very well at the main matches. I don't know how well she'll do at the like death matches. If she survives next episode, or if she survives the double boot at least, whether it's next episode or not, I would feel much better, obviously. But I would still not say it's definitely her winning because, like, yeah, it disproves OK Line, but it doesn't disprove like the other people. Like, there's just so many sources saying that Aubrey wins at this point. That's like, I don't think this is enough. But like, if she makes it like the finale, I would feel really good about it. That must have been still the only player to outplay Suri. Kinda, yeah. To a degree. OK Line. Yeah, OK Line's boot order is bizarre at this point. Where I think without that, like, even if we are saying that Aubrey wins, I would still personally feel like it would be a different boot order. Like, I would say, like, Devin's next is fine. I think that makes sense. I would say, like, Emily 8th. Then, like, maybe, like, Tiffany 7th. Ozzy 6th. Suri 5th. Rizzo 4th. I think that's probably what I would, like, assume would be the boot order. I think Tiffany making endgame feels weird to me. As in, like, finale feels weird to me. I think Devins and Emily going back to back makes sense. Also, I think that 3-person alliance, the Sir Wizard of Oz making Final 6 makes sense, and then them all being picked off one by one is fucking depressing. Yeah, Yeah, it's like it feels like it would be like the Cody, Carla, Jesse. Okay, Line says sources didn't give him concrete answers after Steph. Yeah, so I it doesn't even sound like they're confident in the next few boots. Which I do think like Suri, it's like Suri actually makes more sense to me to be 9th than 8th. Like I just don't see how Suri goes in the second part of a double boot. Like that just doesn't really make sense to me. Like I could see the vote flipping on Island to turn on Suri at 9, but for it to turn on her at 8, like that feels like 8 during a double boot. I just feel like that feels pretty far fetched, but we'll see. Yeah, I forgot there was the Rick Final 5 spoiler. Yeah, we'll see if that's real. Probably not. What? I had Aubrey 4? Right? I had Ozzy, Suri, Devins, Aubrey. Yeah, I'm better off without TikTok. 4's too high for Aubrey? I don't think so at this point. Like, everyone below Aubrey's dead. So it's like, oh, Aubrey's dead, it's really bad, but like, generally, like, from an Edgic perspective, I don't think Aubrey is, like, dead. Like, I would say right now, like, Edgically, like, percentage-wise, like, I would say, like, Ozzy and Suri are probably both at, like, 45% or something. Devins is probably, like, at 9%, and then Aubrey's at, like, 1%. Killed Rizzo, I think these last 2 episodes. He's just barely even there. Like, he had nothing this episode. Last episode, all he has is like, oh, I want Christian out. And like, I felt like that was there just because like he was actually the one to push the Christian vote. Like, it feels like the edit just like kind of died at this point for him. I think Joe's played somewhat well this season. I don't know about that. I mean, like he's been just like it depends on like what his actual relationships are. Like it feels like he's just kind of riding with the majority. It's like he's not playing like the worst in the world. Like he's still voting the right way. He's still seemingly being looped in like strategy talks and whatnot. But like he's not really like, it doesn't feel like he has much agency. Yeah, I think he's essentially just playing Troy's end game. I mean, Joe was the biggest lock of the 3. Like, there's no way Joe was not going to be on this season. Like, I don't think there was ever a world where they finished filming 48 and then Joe was not on 50. Coach Chrissy round was bad. For Joe, we're talking about? Which... It's... I don't know. It's definitely not. Like, it's interesting because, like, he picks up Tiffany as an ally. But then him obviously losing Coach is pretty bad. I mean, edgically, Joe's been dead for forever, obviously. I think Joe's been fun this season. Like, we talked about this earlier. I think Joe... Like, I actually think Joe has become a better character, in my opinion. And it's because he's not a main character. I think, like, as a main character, he's worse because he's not good enough to be a main character. Like, he's not, like, a character that you can take seriously. Like, if you don't take him seriously, and he's just, like, a background character, he's, like, way more interesting as a character. Like, seeing all his reactions at the auction. He had one scene this episode that was funny at camp. I forgot what it was. But like, I already have like a couple clips of him from the season, and then like him being rocked in the cradle. It's like, Joe's like such a great like comedic side character. I feel like, yeah, he definitely isn't good in gameplay wise though, like entertaining gameplay wise. Um, yeah, and it's also interesting seeing people try to play around him, considering how like stuck in his ways he is gameplay wise. Um, but yeah, all right, I think we'll end here. It's fucking 4 a.m. I probably shouldn't stream this late as is. Um, next stream is what, Sunday? I think it's, we'll just work on the player ranking. Yeah, hopefully by then I'll actually have the removal video done. Not actually joking this time. Not, well, okay, clarify done meaning edited, and I'll be doing the final checkup on it. I don't think it'll be on the membership tier until probably after next stream. I would say Monday, Tuesday, somewhere in that range. It'll start to be on, like, being put up on the membership tier. But I do genuinely think I'll be done with like, the core part of the editing by then. But again, if I'm not, then fuck me. I guess I just suck. But we'll see. I'll say that I don't think there's much reality TV going on between now and next stream, right? American Gladiators, but I don't really care, so I'll probably just watch more One Piece. And again, Will Neff will watch Australian Survivor, and Laced Up Lauren will watch Amazing Race, so I'll probably watch those things. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So, see you guys next time.